Congratulations.
And we are live. I think we're live. Yes, we're live here back in the YouTube verse. This time in 2021. Do we think 2021 is going to be worse than 2020?
I don't know. I mean, I think for the first six, I think they're starting to get out that vaccine and shit. I think that'll start to, deal with it.
What if the
Like,
vaccine kills everyone?
I don't think it's gonna kill everyone, but I don't know, man. I think that's gonna be happening, and then we're gonna end up like, yeah, I think maybe 6 months to like 8 months before things start opening up again.
Hmm. I think the first half of the year, like the winter and summer, is going to be rough. I think it's not going to be till. I keep thinking Penn State timelines, but like spring semester or maybe fall semester, like that October or September, August time roughly. I think it's just people are gonna be like, oh, this is like 2020 still for like the first half of the year, and then it's gonna get better. But we'll be living in Biden's America.
Yeah, we'll see how shit goes. I mean, it's gonna nothing you can really do at this point, you know. It's out of our hands. It's been out of our hands since the fucking day of the election.
Yeah. Which
I've just
actually,
been going nuclear. I've just been going nuclear on Twitter.
dude, your Twitter's been lit recently. If anybody isn't already, follow at PLUFFY Phil. It's been great.
Like these people are retarded. I swear to God. I'm like, the Kyle Kashav.
Oh God.
Oh my God! Put out that this awful ad. Like it was like a joke, but it wasn't funny. Like, look, if you're trying to be funny, you have to be funny. Okay, if you're intending to be funny, you got to be funny. Okay,
or at least make a good attempt at it.
Yeah, I mean, there's something. The joke that Kyle tried to put out was so bad. It was just bad. It was like Amy Schumer and Kathy Griffin bad. Like,
I'll pull it up.
it was bad. Like, and it was like, and you were, and I like,
hey guys,
we were talking about, hey, what's up, Sam?
What's going on?
We are live, by the
New
way.
Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
Have you guys done your intros and all that stuff?
We just barely got into the intros.
Okay, cool. I got mine done and out of the way as well. So happy New Year to, well, hopefully happy New Year.
I was gonna say, you better be careful saying that.
We'll see.
I wouldn't even say I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm more cautious than anything at this point.
Yeah, that's how. I mean, cautious in many ways, not just the virus, not just with optimism, but with everything going on. I mean, I think Phil, Phil, you're not banned yet, right? No, your tweet's still live.
No, I thought that was gonna be because my tweet had like the Parkland shooting on it.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah, like I thought that was gonna get me kicked off.
Oh God, that was brutal. I was like, I laughed. When I laugh out loud, that's when I know something's like actually good. Is like when I'm alone, I see a joke and I laugh out loud. Now when I laughed out loud at,
like, and I'm like, I hate being the guy. I'm like, look, I've never made a career out of comedy. I just say funny shit, and I've. And I've done stand-up classes. Like when I was in DC, I did stand-up classes or whatever. But like, I don't do this shit. Like that's not what I do. Like I look at, and I remember you telling me, oh, well, go figure. Kyle's doing a podcast with Dave Rubin. I'm like, oh, there you go. Fucking the self-proclaimed comedian turned fucking political commentator. Like, yeah, I
What
can't
a-
even believe. I can't
what
believe
a
that dude had the
grifter.
balls to call himself a comedian.
What political grifter, please?
Yeah.
That too. I mean, yeah, definitely that too. But I'm saying because he was a stand-up comedian. Apparently,
A
he
failed
had some
stand-up
special.
comedian.
It was bad. Like it was. I had to look. I had to. And it was one of those things where I had to look back at like some of his work because you see, if you go on YouTube, you could actually find. I think he had like he had a special on some B-side Comedy Central show or something
Yeah.
like that. It was so bad. It was. I was like, why? Why you like? You know what? He did make the right move going to the Young Turks because comedy was not for him. Okay, that was so at least I'm pretty sure that no one was going to take his no talented ass until he went on the Young Turks, and I think that was more competition or whatever. I just like God, he was so awful. And then I really don't like him all that much as a Blaze TV personality either. I'm just like
I
I don't
used to
know.
like him. Like when funny enough, that's how I found Milo was through Dave Rubin's interview with him. That's when I first discovered him. I'm like, oh, this guy seems pretty cool. He's very, he's one of the cool lefties. Am I right? And then fast forward now a couple of years, and then when I started hearing that he wouldn't bring band people back on because he was scared, and yet he still says he's a champion for free speech, and he's Dave Rubin, he's so brave, he's so bold, he's not like the other lefties. It's like it's all fake. It's just it's all for money.
Well, you want to know why? You want to know why that is, Sean? Because it's if you're a broadcast slash podcast nerd like I am, you might like kind of like an industry nerd. You might know this, but a lot of people don't know that Dave Rubin has financial backing from Larry King, who, quick side note, how the fuck is Larry King still even alive?
Well, he
Like,
has COVID now. That might do him in.
well, the dude is little like, and I'm not even saying this to be mean, but he's little like not like I'm kind of impressed, but at the same time, like, dude is fucking 95 and still, like.
Oh, he looks like he's from the Walking Dead set. I mean, he looks terrible.
Oh
but,
yeah. I mean, that's so. I mean, he started a podcast network, and I guess that's where you know, that's where Dave is now, and so I guess Dave doesn't want to upset the Larry King apple cart or whatever.
It's funny that you mentioned that he's his backer because I remember Ruben saying like his biggest inspiration was Larry King. He wanted to be like Larry King, and I'm like,
fucking ass kisser.
Yeah. Yeah, now it all makes sense.
Opinions from a dude named after a sandwich.
Yeah. Every time I see a Ruben on the menu, I think of Dave Rubin. I'm like, there he is again.
Well, and and to be fair, I mean, Larry King also has Dennis Miller, but on his podcast network, but also Dennis Miller isn't trying to suck up to people. So
your mic's really going in and out there. I don't know if it's your connection, but yeah, but speaking of your Twitter, Phil, I'm glad you brought it up for a second reason technically is because you and I got into a little Twitter fight. I'll admit I fired the first shot, and then you dove in and brought a machine gun to when we were on Lauren Southern's Twitter.
You fuck with my friends, and you pay handsomely. Okay,
yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, so I actually wanted to know about that because I saw that today. And by the way, real quick, sorry to interrupt, but shout out to Kevin Dugan on the Whitfield Report YouTube who super chatted me $30 saying,
wow,
here's some money for bullets at your local gun range. So
yes.
Yeah, well, with what's coming down the pike, that might be worth a worthwhile investment.
Yeah.
So, but
Yeah.
Dude,
anyway, so
get the wheelchair mounted minigun.
yep,
Yes.
that's the plan. Just gotta call over my Vietnam vet buddies, and they'll do it.
Yeah.
They may be getting up there, but they can still hook up,
To be like
stuff. So
to be fair, Sean, though, like you brought up some old shit, but like at the same time, like she responded. Like,
I
yeah, I mean,
know.
I was like I wasn't the biggest fan like when you were bringing up old Milo shit, but like but at the same time, she did respond.
I
Okay.
wanted to
She
see what
did
she had to
respond
say
and
to
yeah.
that. I
And then
knew
so she
she.
responded in a negative tone, and I'm like, no, not on my fucking watch.
The reason I brought it up is because that tweet sound, scrolling down to find it, is so just. Oh, it
Obviously, I can't see it because she blocked me. So
yeah, I'll find it. I'm shocked. She didn't block me. That was what shocked me. Cause
and then so yeah, and then I watched. So then I had to watch the Crossfire thing. I was like, all right, well, maybe I'll watch this Crossfire because Trent gave it some good reviews, and I'm like, all right. And I trust, Trent's a good friend. I trust him with fucking anything. So I'm like, all right, I watched it, and look, it was shit. But the one thing that was legit was Mike Cernovich was on it, and he's, I mean, he hit a home run.
uh
He hit a home run on it. I'm sorry. Well, I mean,
I like Mike.
I'm sorry. Like, look, Lauren Southern. I don't know what the fuck she's doing on there. Like, there's the whatever the fuck she's trying to do, it's not working. I don't know. And then she's begging people for money and shit. Like, yeah, dude, just become a OnlyFans girl, okay? Like everybody else. Like, yeah, everybody else is begging for money, okay? Now,
well, to be fair, Phil, I don't think anyone knows what Lauren Southern has been doing for like the past 5 years, for the past 4 years. Like she was relevant back in like 2016 during the election, but after the election, she went all over the place. Like,
Well, what
like,
happened with her was and we'll talk about the story in the headlines before people start asking that in the title of our video. But what happened was that she did a South Africa documentary around 2016, which was pretty well done and was interesting. And we did a video on it. We liked it. And then she made another documentary called Borderless, which was, I didn't see it actually, because this is when all the drama started happening. But right when she released that documentary, she announced, "Oh, I'm retiring, and bye guys," and like turned off her Twitter, pretty much turned off the internet, didn't talk to anyone, didn't do a press tour, didn't do anything to sell her movie that she'd spent money on, thousands of dollars to produce. It was all really weird. And then that's when Milo's article dropped on the whole thing and basically exposed her for being a grifting, thoughty, fake. Like, I could go on, and I'm going to bring why that's relevant to the tweet, but it really exposed her for what her reputation really had become in the movement, but nobody was calling her out for. And I understand, like, when people don't like people bringing up old stuff, but the reason I brought it up, even though it's like, I think it's only a year since, or yeah, it's been like a year or two since that came out, but the reason I brought it up is because this tweet just was, I mean, the levels of like, I don't even know I don't want to say projection, but fakeness, but like twisty manipulativeness to it was ridiculous. She sent out this tweet on December 30th, which is I think the day or two after her documentary came out, the new one, and she said grifters don't spend every donation they get and their own savings on creating a film they put out for free. I'm like, okay, but here's the one that gets me. They don't risk their lives in South Africa or Turkey for footage. I'm in the process of registering my film funds as nonprofit because that's how it operates, anyways. Uh, Risking your life? I mean,
No.
give me a break.
Okay, let's be fair though. The one South Africa, I could see there being some shit over there because that's a shithole country.
But
But I don't know about
Turkey?
Turkey. Well, see, they don't like thoughts in Turkey, so most of the time,
Yeah, I
they
mean,
start
that's.
seeing her and
Yeah.
start going into the bar. Well, they don't have bars. Like, it's probably risking alcohol like withdrawal for that. And if she gets caught like seducing people, the police of vice and virtue are gonna come out and like chop off her clitoris or something.
I mean, it's just so just disgusting that she's saying how dangerous the places she went were and how dangerous of a life she's living, but she is perfectly fine. And this is why I called her out for of putting Gavin and knowingly letting Gavin McGinnis be in danger with the Antifa because they are highly suspected of, because of the filmmakers she had with her that she knew were working with Hope Not Hate, and which works with Antifa. She knew this supposedly, allegedly, and they doxed Gavin's location to them. And I'm like, you don't lecture me on safety and on, oh, I'm so dangerous. You put, I don't risking my life here, guys. It's like, it's just really like I was like, all right, let's say something. I didn't expect her to reply. I didn't expect anything to happen. I expected maybe a block, but I see a notification. Lauren Southern reply. I'm like, what? Okay, let's see. Did you have something to say, Sam, before I dive into her replies?
Say, first off, is I mean, Lauren Southern, I've never gotten the appeal. Like, even when she was big, I was like, okay, she's effective, but she was effective like originally, but like now I just don't see her appeal. And also, you mentioned Hope Not Hate and Antifa. I do want to bring up Antifa, maybe not right now, but I know that Phil is going to have some stuff to say on Antifa because uh I was on a friend's podcast for New Year's Eve, and I think you guys tuned in for that too. And our friend
Oh yes.
was kind of I it, we he didn't bring up Antifa until the end. I think he was kind of misled. Antifa.
Well,
Wait,
yeah,
you were
because
on a podcast during New Year's Eve?
this was when he was doing on Twitch.
Yeah.
I
Somebody
was
that
about to say, that reminds me of a certain person who did that shit that you guys know very well.
wait, what? Not who specifically, but what specifically?
No, the guy you remember the certain person who like did the podcast on New Year's
Oh,
after they got kicked out of their like what was it, father-in-law's house?
Ah.
And
Certain
also,
person who shall not be named.
That's
and
slipping
also,
me, but I think I know what you're possibly thinking of.
Anyway, back to the subject.
Yeah. People are listening to this like, what are they talking about? But yeah, I know what you mean, Sam, because I even said something to chat because I couldn't talk at that time, but I was like, Antifa's a terrorist organization. Like, I don't care how anti-fascist you are. Like, the group is a terrorist organization, and that's their name is deliberately misleading. But we'll have a discussion with them.
Well, yeah, we'll dive into that one too.
Yeah. But to
Guaranteed.
continue with Lauren, she replied though. She goes, "Oh wow, really? Feel free to send me the proof for that. I remember being horrified by the accusations." Oh, she was really horrified. Begging for any semblance of proof from those who made it and receiving absolutely none. Do you believe everything you read? I was like, whoa. Okay, so this is apparently some big false accusation. It's fake. So why did you have to disappear? why did you disappear? Why did you went silent? And why do multiple people back this up? And nobody's come out to your defense. You know, it's very suspect. And then very sus. And she posts like this archive from an article she wrote on Medium, I guess debunking this, but you can piece through it. It's long and boring, but parts of it completely don't make sense. Like where she says Alex Jones said he wouldn't let Milo back on his show. She never names him, which is so funny. But she says the person who made these accusations, the petty person. And it was so BS because Alex had him on the show like when the pandemic was starting. It's a total lie. So Phil replies, "Oh, you mean how you tweet like you're an actual conservative? No, I don't believe everything I read." I was like, all right, here we go. It's going to be lit. And then Lauren, she couldn't resist. Like she just had to go after us with our, like, you know, how many followers do I have? Like 120. You have, what, 100?
I have like 148 or something.
148. We're like these like no like randos like in her replies. And she goes, yes, this is all an elaborate scheme to create free dissident content to Squints, expose BOM free, my leftist handlers, take down NGOs for hope not hate, expose South African farmers for Antifa.
What? You never mentioned exposing South African farmers for Antifa. Like, let's be real. I think that the South Africa one was fine, but that doesn't excuse her behavior of like literally fucking people to write her own stories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you know. And then she just goes Twitter silent after those accusations. Like right after her, I think it was the South Africa video. She went like radio. I think that was when she went radio.
No,
silent.
it was after the borderless one. The South Africa one she did first, and she did a big, you know, she talked about, did interviews about. It was a big deal. We watched it. Everybody was talking about. But when she came out for her second one, which was on the border crisis in Europe, it went dead silent. Like she disappeared. She completely disappeared from public life, online and offline.
Wasn't that around the time that she had her kid?
Yeah, and that happened too. Which there's rumors about how that happened. Yeah, if you, I don't necessarily believe the rumors, but hey,
Yeah,
things don't surprise me anymore.
yeah. 12-pack in my chat goes, Laura has a black baby, right? Since you know,
No.
since you know, she was Mrs. 1488 for a while. I remember.
It's not a me, myself, and Irene thing. Okay, now there is, you know, she has a normal baby. I guess, according to the pictures, anyway. I don't know, but
Well, I mean, the kid has her as a mom, so I'm not so sure if that's normal.
no,
or
there's
not.
a little buffer time. There's a little buffer time to determine whether that baby's going to be normal or not. We all have our suspicions, and we're betting our money heavily on a certain direction, but you know, the jury's still out.
Yeah, it's a very weird situation, to put it
That
mildly.
kid's probably gonna end up really fucked up, though.
Yeah, I feel sorry for that child, honestly. But we still kept going at it in the replies. Phil then said, I'm not saying you don't promote conservative-friendly content. I'm saying you're not an actual conservative. And that is the distinction that we were trying to make. That's what grifters do, is they appeal to a certain audience. It doesn't mean that they actually are part of that audience or they believe what they say. They can appeal to it. That's the easy part. But actually being that is a whole nother thing. And then he also said, by the way, whoever writes your stuff deserves praise. Dude, that was the one that got me. I thought you were gonna initially say, by the way, whoever writes your stuff deserves a blowjob or something. I've been like, whoa. But that was still killer.
Even I have limits, all right?
Well, they already allegedly they already received that, so it's not.
Yeah, allegedly they did. But that's what did you in, got you blocked from her. I am still not blocked from her, even though I'm trying to find my last reply to her. And then I see Jeff's talking in your chat, so we'll reply to him. I said deleting YouTube comments and blocking people like @PLUFFYPhil on Twitter for basically calling you fake is a great way to prove them wrong. And I showed a screenshot of her blocking you, and then that was it. So that was our Twitter fight.
The problem is like I think certain people like I reply in a certain fashion. Like I know there's like some people they like to just do the Ben Shapiro type replies where you're just like stoic and to the point and whatever. I like to add a little humor in my
Yeah.
tweets. If I'm gonna if I'm gonna give you a response, it's gonna be somewhat humorous. And that's.
I wanted to throw some bombs, and you wanted to throw some packaged
I wanted to
bombs with
throw some
jokes.
gasoline on the bombs.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. Yeah, normally I don't care about some of these things, but sometimes I'm just like, why not? Let's reply. Let's see what happens, because I do not like Lauren Southern anymore, obviously, because I hate all these fake people like her. So it was fun to call her out.
Look, let's be real. She's semi-fuckable, and she's got there's a lot of like on the conservative scene. There's a whole lot of incels, right? There's a whole lot of incels.
She knows her look sell.
Vagina. Oh my god. Like no.
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's like, yeah, I know, like Sam, you said you really don't understand her appeal. Like, her appeal literally is that she's good looking, she's smart, well spoken. At least that's what we perceived, everything from what you'd see on video. So people like that. I mean, let's be real. Hot girls are the best selling thing on YouTube, the best selling thing in any movement, especially any movement of men mostly. So
look at Tommy Lahren, right?
Yeah.
Tommy Lahren is like that she hasn't said anything that's original. She probably doesn't even fucking say her own shit, right? She probably says a whole bunch of shit that somebody else fucking wrote. But no, she's semi-fuckable, and people watch that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very simple formula.
That's the draw.
Yeah.
That's the draw.
Like, let's be real. When we all first found Lauren, what was our first thought? It wasn't, wow, I wonder what she has to say. It was, oh, she's hot. Click. I mean, that's how it works. It's
my first thought was, she's okay, but Tommy is better. So
you see two videos. Oh, Tommy. Yeah. It's.
I mean, I'm like, I liked the appeal of the first couple of videos, just because what she had there was a spunkiness to her, but it was like you expect people to like I don't know. I think you expect people to evolve in what they do, and it's like there was really no evolution. You're just kind of saying the same old shit over and over again, and it's like
she sells it as evolving, but she sells it like, guys, I was deep in the movement, and man, it was radical, and people are divisive. Yeah, you know what I mean?
She was all talking when she was all talking about men, like how men are shit or something like that. She was like,
oh, you mean Tommy?
She had some. Yeah, she had something where she was like man hating or something like that. Like,
well, she had a breakup, and she was getting all, like, because one man's bad, all men are trash.
She evolved in the same way that Hunter Avalon evolved, like fucking devolution right there.
Oh, I have something to say about Hunter that's funny. That I found out.
And I'm sorry. Okay, look, let's be real. Most of the time, I'm just gonna come out here and say this. I know this is gonna be very unpopular, but whatever.
Say it.
If a lot of dudes get rid of you, okay, it's probably you. Okay, it's probably you.
Yeah.
But like we were always built on a culture of like, oh, women are never wrong.
No,
right.
No.
Like I'm like, no, I'm gonna call it like I see it. Okay, if you're bouncing around from relationship to relationship and nothing's fucking working, guess what? It's you. Okay?
Yep.
It's you.
Preach.
Everybody look, there's millions of other people that are in happy relationships and dealing with shit and are living lives or whatever, and then there's you, right? You're bouncing around from relationship to relationship. I don't understand why you can't find true love. Maybe it's your personality, okay?
Yeah.
How about that?
I love my boy Alan here in the chat is throwing bombs tonight as per usual because Alan is a fucking mercenary, but
Chad.
literally, but he says Tommy is a stuck up. Yeah, I can't say that on YouTube.
Yeah.
Can't say.
Then
Can't say which.
it rhymes with
Sammy.
bunt.
You
I've
can't.
said much worse.
What the fuck?
Okay, well,
C bunt.
yeah.
Wait, since when was that banned on YouTube? I thought, you know,
This
I see
isn't
off-
Twitch.
You
We can say
you can
simp.
definitely-
No,
you can
look.
definitely say cunt.
Yeah. I was
Look,
gonna
yeah,
say.
I mean, look,
We're not on
we've
Twitch.
said a whole bunch of fucked up shit on here.
O-
Okay.
okay.
That's fine.
Okay, well, I see. I don't care about my channel, but I just want to make sure that you guys.
But we
get,
appreciate it though. We appreciate it, Sammy.
We
though.
appreciate it, but we'd
Yeah.
gladly get nuked so that we could like
Yeah.
screenshot it and be like,
And-
look.
just for the record, okay? Just for the record, I promise you, in 2021 there will be a lot more nuking. I promise
Oh
you.
yeah.
I
Oh, yeah.
promise you. Okay. You
Results
you
ready,
think
boys.
last week was bad? Guess what? It's gonna continue.
But
Yeah.
that's a good point, though. Why is it in like the United States you can call a person a dick all the time, but as soon as you call someone a cunt, that's like, you know, you said the N word.
Oh, cunt packs a wallop.
Yeah, like why they? It's literally the. It's like.
And
the
yeah, in
equivalent-
Britain they use it all the time.
Well, yeah, like especially Australia. You know, that's their national word.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I may be an exception to the rule, but I have called dozens of confirmed women cunts in a derogatory way on Twitter, and I've not been banned yet. I've been blocked by a few people, but I'm just not. I guess I'm just not like perpetual about it. I'm just if they say something rude and I respond, well, fuck you, cunt. You know,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
For me, and you guys know my personality all too well.
So does Lauren now.
Yeah. Now so does Lauren. It's not when I call somebody a cunt or a bitch. It's afterwards. It's like I'll say something smart ass after that. I'll be like, "Look, I meant that as a term of endearment." And that's like,
It's like the word bitch, you know.
That-
It's like
that
you know,
pisses
it's
people off way
it's that
worse.
good way, you know, the bonding
Yeah.
way.
Oh yeah, no, I do the same thing. It usually works, or I'm just delusional, and I just need the
it's
notifications.
Well, Louis C.K.'s whole bit on the word cunt is one of the most honest to God. It's one of the funniest bits I've heard in comedy, but it's because it's true. And basically about how it's just one of those words that you have to say when like it just puts that extra oomph. Like she's not a bitch, she's a cunt.
Yeah.
So,
I feel the same about other words. Commonly known in the woke community as like F-slur, for one. Faggot is one of my favorite words to say.
I wanted to bring up that word. You know why?
Yeah.
Because we'll address you folks in Sam's chat 'cause I know they're asking a lot of shit about everything. But our boy Hunter, remember our boy Hunter?
Mhm.
So apparently Jacob Wool co-hosted a podcast with him back in 2017. And I'd seen him say this before, but I saw it again. I completely forgot about it. He said, I had to fire him after a few episodes because he wouldn't stop using trashy profanities like the word you were talking about, Apex, despite repeated warnings from me. And Jacob says now he does TikTok videos with hashtag LGBT, rainbow flag in the description, talks about how he voted for Joe Biden. It's like...
Wow.
A total, not even a 1.8. That's like a like a 720, you know?
When
So-
Jacob Wool kicks you off of his podcast for profanity, you know you fucked up.
So
Yeah.
so Hunter Avalon basically pulled an Owen Benjamin where he
He
where
went
he
too much for our circles. I mean, that's like, dude.
well where yeah. I mean
I
Hunter
was. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that Hunter Avalon and Kyle Kushev both. I saw that I saw your tweet, Phil, by the way, about Kyle too, and I 100% agree with that. Like Kyle is an obvious. I mean, so is David Hogg. They're both horrible. They're both horrible grifters.
They're both pawns too. Like, I think what's really
Yeah.
tragic that's happening, because you're seeing it happen with, actually, of all people that I would think it wouldn't happen with, is Nick Sandman. You're seeing the establishment essentially pick these people up and not just use them as pawns, but they warp them. They twist them. They take people like Sandman, who should be like the hardest red-pilled, like strong, anti-establishment like guy of our age group, and he's campaigning for Mitch McConnell. He's speaking at the RNC. He's doing all these other things, and it's only going to get worse. But he's somebody that, let's remember, let's wind the clocks back. Not too long ago, not only was he smeared by the left-wing media, he was smeared by the right-wing media. The people that smeared him are now bought him. They bought him. He's working for them. He's working for the people that smeared him. I mean, does he not get this? Does he not care? I don't think he's a dumb guy. I think it's just money. I think it's just opportunity.
I think there's an
Yeah.
abuse syndrome there. I think there's an abuse syndrome there. Like
What did Sandman do this time?
He was the grinning
What
kid,
did he
remember?
actually do
yeah, I
this
think you
time?
should explain it.
Yeah, what did he do?
What he's doing now is he's working for establishment people like Mitch McConnell.
I think what Alex is asking though is, has he done anything like recent since that?
Oh.
Since which, to my knowledge, no. I mean, they're
He
just
was like his thing,
The
his
Linwood
thing that
thing.
got my attention was the tweet where he was questioning Linwood. Now all of us can say, hey, maybe Linwood's tweets sound a little off or whatever, but for Nick Sandman, given that this Linwood is the guy who went to bat against these big fucking media corporations on your behalf and stuck up for you when everybody else fucking breathed fire down his fucking back, you might want to like keep your mouth shut, just saying.
Well, now Linwood is saying that Epstein is alive.
Yeah,
right.
there's some weird stuff with Linwood, and I've heard that maybe he wasn't as involved with the lawsuit actually, but he did stick up for the kid on TV. Like, whatever that may be. And it's like, why are you punching right on this? It just doesn't make sense. And he's also been tweeting out stuff recently where I think I could be wrong, I need to double check this, but I think he basically said like early on, like, guys, the election was not stolen, like we should accept Joe Biden, like something kind of along those lines. Like, I'd have to check it, but
yeah,
you're getting the feeling he's more establishment than Trump America First.
He's trying.
Yeah.
I think it's a like abuse victim mentality, right? Yeah, the dad abuses the child, but then the child still is like, "I'll make you love me, daddy. I'll make you."
I guess like a
make
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah,
like
kind of
an
like one of
advanced
those
Stockholm syndrome kind of thing. Yeah.
I'll earn your respect one day, like
it's
not
just
realizing that the dude is a drunken piece of shit who's never gonna who doesn't recognize anything anyway. Like, I just
yeah.
like
Well,
the
I think
establishment doesn't give a shit. They don't give a shit. Even if they cup his balls one day, they're gonna fucking ditch him the next. Like,
Yes.
it's gonna be quick. It's gonna be quick.
That's what I think is going to happen. I don't want to throw him to the curb saying like he's useless, he's worthless, because I see some, like, he's young, a lot of time left, and I think personally he's gonna have a moment where he's gonna see what it's really like, and it might wake him up. It might make him come home to, I was gonna say daddy, but that'd be a little too on the nose. But
I don't
come home
think so,
to the
man. I think-
MAGA crew again and like be strong and
Well, his
you
problem, the tweet that he had was where I think somebody was questioning his loyalty, and then he tweeted something like, "Well, no, the truth matters more than loyalty." I'm like,
oh, dude, cringe.
I don't know, buddy. I don't know, buddy.
Cringe. Even if that's technically true, like let's just say
I mean, the truth is important. Yeah,
Yes.
no, don't get me wrong. Truth is
No,
important.
no, wait.
But I'll
Time out,
lie.
time out.
I will lie for a
that
friend.
is, I would say, no, that is true though. Like, the truth is more important than loyalty. I guess that depending on how far you break it down.
No,
But when we're
if-
talking national
Look,
scale,
any one of you, I will lie. Look, the truth does matter, but in times of need or in times where I want somebody to have my back, or the time is right for me to have
okay,
somebody
yeah,
else's back,
Yeah.
I will lie like a
that's fair,
motherfucker.
yeah,
I will
yeah.
lie like a motherfucker for any one of you to get you out of some
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Right? I don't care.
That's
I
a
don't
devil's
care.
advocate angle. I can't play because I'm right there. I'm right there with you on that one.
That makes fucking sense. Like, loyalty matters above all else. Like, truth matters more than loyalty. If the truth matters more than loyalty, like, let's say you're fucking, the girl in the attic. What's her name?
The girl in the attic.
Yeah, the one with.
I was gonna say Helen Keller. I get it mixed up all the time.
Does truth matter more than loyalty at that point, or you can be loyal to your friends and family?
Well, and the other thing too is like, okay, look, let's say he has an issue with that tweet. Don't blast him publicly. DM him. He probably has his number on freaking, he's probably got him pinned on the top of his iMessage app. Just hit him up that way. Don't make this spat publicly. Like that's the problem I have. And I know, look, there's sometimes you need to call people out publicly, and there's sometimes you don't. This is one of those times you just don't. Just don't. And I don't know. It's frustrating. But I saw Jeff actually ask in the chat what we
Ready for you, Sean.
what I'll be there in a second. Well, Jeff asked in the chat about what we think of Poopy Bennett. Do you guys know the story about that?
Help with the guns.
Yes, the Kent State gun girl. So there's a picture of her where I think it's from college.
Oh no.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't. But I can surmise where it's going.
One of those people that shit on, like, they got too drunk and they shit themselves. Like, that's.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a
That's
picture of it. What was that?
What the fuck
For
is
shame.
this feet folder?
I couldn't hear you, Alex. What was that?
There is a feet folder now. I just saw some-
I said there's a photo of it that she really obviously doesn't like for obvious reasons, but gets circulated around. People bring it up every time, like she's at some campus. But to address Jeff's question on that, like what we think of her, I personally think she had like this 15 minutes of fame, and boy did she like use it to her advantage. I think her videos are cringy. She brings up stupid points and stupid arguments, but I hope she means well. I personally don't think so, but I don't like her.
Actually have.
I do not
I have
like
something.
her.
I have something I want to kind of tag on that because I was sitting in the VC here for a good 10 minutes or so, just on mute, listening to you guys because I didn't have much to say because I wasn't privy to the Lawrence Southern thread, but I was something was said that I wanted to comment on that applies here. Expect that girl to pop back up on the internet in a few years in some sort of relevance, in some sort of similar capacity to what she was in the first place.
Oh, she does
she'll
keep popping
reemerge.
up. Like when she was at Ohio State, that was trending on Twitter for a while, where all these people were swarming her, and her bodyguards had to basically pick her up and get her out of the crowd. It was so bad. I remember we were talking about that at Turning Point meeting. Like she keeps getting in there. Like, and her channel has quite a few subs. I will give her credit. She is not afraid. I mean, she goes out there and she is pretty fearless, but I think she brings up stupid points and is really bad at arguing. It makes people
I
look
guess
bad.
it's a little different situation from what I was actually trying to describe with Lauren Southern, and Sam was asking like what the appeal is now. It's some weird internet memory hole that happens. I've seen it happen dozens of times with people, whether we're talking about Monday Matt Jarbo, or the Ethan Ralphs, that end of the spectrum, or the Lauren Southerns, these conservative grifters, or the lefty grifters that shift back and forth. Like they embarrass themselves on the internet, they disappear for X amount of time, and then they reemerge and they make money and they become prominent again, and people listen to them somehow, and you get shamed, as someone even brought up here. Oh, don't bring up old shit. Like it's bad to bring up old mistakes people have made because they don't matter because it's the internet or something. It's some weird fucking psychology of the e-celeb, and it happens perpetually on all ends of the spectrum that I've witnessed in all the years I've been watching people on the internet.
Well, I think it depends what it is. You know, if it's a stupid tweet or an edgy tweet, I think anybody that brings that up and thinks it's a got you in most cases it's very silly. But if it's like you've done really dirty stuff, you've done horrible stuff, you've treated people terribly, no, bring that up, because that's a reflection of character. That's a reflection of who you are. Those things mostly don't change. If you do change, great. I hope you do.
And that kind of brings me back to that thing about her shitting her pants. Like, there's a lot of legitimate things you could get her for, but I feel like that's a fucking low blow. Like, there's a lot of college girls who've done similar shit, and I've seen it on Penn State Snapchat.
Oh yeah,
I've seen it back when fucking Yik Yak was still around. Like, she was not the only person that shit herself after getting drunk. Like, let's be real. I think
plenty of dudes have done it too.
Well, but hold on. I thought she shit herself in protest of like having to like get kicked off campus or something.
No, you're thinking of Charlie Kirk. Do you remember that? Do you remember the Turning Point safe space, like where they were in literal diapers? Do you remember that?
Oh yeah. I remember that.
I'll be with you in about an hour.
But I don't think that way. Like that criticism about the gun girl is valid. That was an embarrassing moment, and it's sad, but shit happens. It's not like something on her character. Now, there's stuff about her character you can absolutely attack her for, but I think that's just a fucking low blow.
Yeah.
It is, but it's something that, and I'm not saying I think, people should keep bringing this up. I'm not saying that, but the reason people do is because it's one of those things you can easily mock somebody for. And I don't want to say, like, anybody's being too smart with, like, how they attack or anything, but it's one of those things that it's, like, it's an embarrassing thing, so it's like, easy for mocking. But
it's embarrassing, but it happened, and that's one of the things about the internet, man. Like, people have to own that shit, and if that's why I feel like honesty is the key. You can't lie for people. You can't, I mean, if, in a personal situation, if someone is, there's an injustice, I just think honesty is the key 9 times out of 10, even when you're talking about close friends, especially when you're talking to close friends. You need to be fucking honest with them and not lie to their face and just tell them what they want to hear. So it's hard to, stretch that out over, from real life to the internet. You know what I mean? Because they're very different.
Let's be real. It's hard to get the truth from point A to point B when everyone around us is a fucking liar, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
Everyone out there is trying to bullshit you. Like,
right.
And it's like, look, we're just like, look, we're trying to, look at what we do. Like, look at what we do with our shows or whatever. We're just trying to be.
we're literally that meme of fucking Charlie from Sunny with all the fucking threads in the room, or
I feel like that half
the conspiracy
the time.
threads. Yeah,
And-
exactly. Yeah.
And to that point, as our friend, Apex, at least our friend, Semper Reloaded brings up, that's why none of us have reached past the 700 sub mark.
Yeah. And we won't, but that's whatever. Whatever.
Yeah.
You keep it up eventually,
I mean, look, I don't think that the YouTube algorithms will let us, and that's fine. Look, that's not my that's not our purpose. Why, like, I'm not gonna sacrifice content to, to get a couple more subscribers. I don't give a shit. Like, it's just we're here to have fun, and we're here to share shit with people, and and that's it. I mean, it's not like, and if we get subscribers, welcome and thank you. But I mean, whatever. I mean, if it doesn't happen, I'm not going to pout about it. Like,
Yeah.
we're
I do
we're
have
gonna
to
keep moving
say,
forward.
I do have to say, I find it really interesting that of the 2+ years that I was making clips of Owen Benjamin, of him saying egregious shit, just reclipping that, or me doing commentary over him saying egregious shit and me also saying egregious shit. I got some strikes over the years, but I spread them out. When my channel got deleted, I posted three separate clips of Trump rallies that I was watching live. He said something, I rewound my fucking thing, and I screen recorded just like I did Owen Benjamin clips.
again.
And
Yeah, take that swig.
within a week, maybe 2 weeks of posting these Trump clips with no context, they were just straight up rips. I got the 3 simultaneous strikes on. One of them was one of the Trump clips. The other 2 were just random Owen clips, all at the same time. So it was like I got away with it for years. Owen, saying the N-word and talking about burying people under fence posts, and the best way to get away with people that hate you, you're getting get away with hiding the people that hate you, stuff like that, and a couple of Trump clips and fucking 12 years YouTube channel gone. So, yeah, I mean, I found that kind of strange. To the point that we were speaking about.
Oh my god. See that
Sean,
guy.
you need to add a counter on the OBS. Fucking
the Owen Benjamin system.
Oh man, I'd do another one now.
Well, you said OBS, so that'd be the acronym just worked perfectly for that. But no, like
the Owen Benjamin system.
Dude, I mean, we've joked about, and chat. You tell us if you agree, but it's every episode. I mean, we mentioned a lot of names, but every episode, the Voldemort name comes up. He who shall not be named comes up, and I think at this point we need to start a counter so that we have our Owen Benjamin drinking game. Where every time you hear the name dropped,
like a literal count, yeah,
just bing. We should give it a sound too. Every time you say, like, we need like a soundboard where like we make like a bear roar or something,
Or no, just the sound of like a
playhouse when it'd be like the special word of the day.
Yes.
The bear who shall not be named. That's what we'll start referring.
Oh god.
No, I think we should do the sound of him crying or breaking down. I think we should do the sound of him crying on stream.
Wait.
That
No.
happened.
Have you guys ever seen him trying to open the beer bottle? Sitting outside, he eventually smashes it against his wood stove. Because it's like it's a pop. He needs a fucking bottle opener, and he's trying to twist it off, and he can't get it. And he smashes it against the fucking stove, and he's like, "Oh shit! I thought that would work."
Wait, so how did you guys get involved with this individual?
Not this story again.
Oh no. Well, I mean, Sam's story is totally different from mine, but he was just one of the randos that I came across on YouTube. He played piano and looked at memes.
It seemed pretty cool at the time. Seem
fairly
base,
red
seem
pilled about.
funny, red
He
pill.
seemed he's talking fairly red pilled about Hollywood, about the shit that went on there, and not too graphic, but he definitely didn't say anything negative about the small
The
hats as he
Jawas.
refers to them now. Yeah, the Jawas. No, nothing derogatory. Actually, he went the other direction there, but that didn't matter. He was just somebody, entertaining while I fucking chopped wood or watched a kid's soccer game or whatever, whatever I would be doing
That's
at the time.
terrifying in
Watching
hindsight.
games. What are you, Sandusky?
Say what?
You're watching kids soccer games. What the fuck are you, Sandusky?
No, it's just I'm saying like I would listen to random shit while I would do those things.
Wait, no,
I thought you said Owen was.
Soccer games.
No. I would be listening to random podcasts while I would be chopping wood or watching one of my fucking kids' soccer games or
Wait, you
something.
have kids?
Not anymore. I have stepkids, and I don't have them anymore. No,
No.
I have no biological children.
Soccer game.
Yeah. The point though is, it was many years ago, and I watched him open the infamous gummy dicks on stream, and then also watched him dox a couple of individuals and accuse them of poisoning those gummies.
Oh.
Which is how I got tied in.
Which is how Sam and his whole group got tied in.
Oh my god.
So Owen is a perfect example of kind of what I was saying earlier about the internet's memory hole, and he comes up all the time. A, because you fucking idiots keep letting me on the show, but B, Sam is also pretty intimately tied in his internet career. Yeah, it works. It works. In the English language, in that sentence, I'm pretty sure.
I have to fact check that. Chat fact check
closely,
us.
closely tied to. But
I want to.
No, he's a perfect example of the memory hole, though, and like I have a close tie to it. I've seen it happen repeatedly with Owen, and it happens on a bigger scale with more people. There's some weird thing that's going on with the internet and the way people interact with it, and their inability to accept what's right in front of them. It's not like you can learn a lot of things from the internet, but you can refuse to learn even more from the internet somehow. Seems to be my observation from both my interactions with it and my interactions with people who interact with it. It's very weird.
No, dude,
It's not
fucking internet, man. That's been getting pussified for the last 10 years.
Yeah, it's gotten really cucked recently. Like ever since 16.
Normalize cyberbullying again, man.
Dude, look at the Xbox. Look,
Xbox
the millennial
Live.
generation, the biggest, probably the biggest pussies out there, grew up on Xbox Live chat. How does that happen?
Yeah, I was watching a video I sent to you because I know you obviously were playing on Xbox. I didn't have one, but I know you've told me about how profane it was, and I was watching a video by the Act Man of screenshots of recordings of everything that would go on Xbox Live. And you think what you see on 4chan is out there, is like edgy, is whatever you want to call profane. You haven't heard these Xbox Live voicemails about people threatening to come to their home and say, because it's like you gotta hear it to really experience what these creative insults and threats are.
I experienced it. I lived that life, bro. I sent a couple of those messages, maybe, perhaps. You can't prove it.
Like the tale of two.
You can't prove
it. The best of times was the worst of times.
Exactly. I learned much, as many young people did back then.
Well, the crazy thing is that wasn't that long ago. It feels
it wasn't.
decades, but it was less than 10 years ago.
Decade. Yeah, it was
exactly. 2013, man. You could still find people like that, and that was back then too, before they had screen capture.
That's when they had Leafy on YouTube too.
Was he around 2013?
Yeah, I mean,
he probably
was.
Minecraft shit, but it wasn't. He didn't really get popular until 2016, I think 2017.
It was but it was
I
still in
still
that like
started
time
bullying kids.
period from like 20, I guess like 20. I'm rounding up, but like 2010 to 2016. That was like peak internet, you know.
I don't know, man. I think it really peaked before then, dude. Like
Oh
they
yeah,
had
peak internet
fucking
was way before
LimeWire,
that.
man, back when that shit
Yeah.
was around, dude. That I never even fucking used LimeWire, but it was, one of the fucking best things out there.
I
I will
I
say
rem
peak internet was pre-smartphone.
Yeah, I agree. Like back then,
Yeah.
you could go and find anything on this fucking shady ass website
It
back
was the literal wild fucking west, man. You
Dude,
know.
like the website, the regular websites, like you didn't have Facebook and shit. You might have maybe you had like a MySpace, but like even that was pretty badass. You configure that shit. Put
Yeah, MySpace was dope, dude.
One
MySpace was
thing
dope. I'm sorry.
that came later though with the smartphones, because I know you talked about this a lot, Alex, but even Nick Fuentes was mentioning this Yik Yak.
I love that shit. That was like,
I wish I had paid attention to that.
dude, that was like honestly, man, you could do a fucking video on that because that app itself, it was like a local area 4chan because there
Pretty
was
much.
like, and you would see all sorts of funny shit. I remember I first learned about it. I was in the student government at Penn State. It was one of those branch campuses, and they're like, "Oh yeah, this Yik Yak app, it's terrible. People are calling it that."
And that's when you went download.
Yeah, it was fucking great. Like I remember, like the first year I had it, like someone made like a shooter threat at Penn State, and they got busted. And then like when I was there, like on the main campus, because I had it at Penn State York, and it wasn't that it was just a lot smaller place. And then you go up to main campus, and there was like so much shit going on. There was a fucking foot dude. Like eventually they let you post pictures in there, and you just take pictures of these girls' feet. It started going downhill, and they required you to use a username, and then they removed that for like I think 6 months, and then that was kind of good again. But it was the most interesting app, and I wish that we could have that sort of stuff again. But because of the pussification of the internet and society in general, they wouldn't allow it. Like people would say sexist shit, racist shit, fat phobic, transphobic, like every sort of just fucked up thing. It was literally like 4chan. You'd find people. I remember I was in this student government summit at like I think it was Penn State it wasn't Altoona. It was like the one near Philly. I forget which one it was.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You know
Or
that
Abington?
shit.
I think it was Abington.
Yeah, I think it was one that Amelia Earhart one. I remember that because there was some like they had tried to have some diversity bullshit. I just stood up in that meeting and walked out. And this gay guy kept yelling at me for smoking cigarettes. And I was like, okay, buddy. I thought you'd understand putting a stick in your mouth, but okay.
Oh god.
No, that I don't like how that was one of the things I didn't like about the podcast the podcast that like Sam did with the other day on Twitch.
he's here. I think
in
Jeff.
chat.
I think
Yeah.
Jeff. So
Yeah.
air your grievances, Phil. This is exactly what I want.
Here's
So-
what I'm thinking. Well, one of the things I didn't like was he was giving he was kind of okay with the idea of them censor like that, like Twitter censoring people or whatever. And I have a problem that like one, he called it he called Twitter a public company, he called them a private business, and that's inaccurate. They're not if they were a private business, I wouldn't have a problem with that. They're a publicly traded company. They get government subsidies. They get government tax breaks.
Yep.
Like they operate in a government function. They have government. There's government individuals that have government accounts that you pass out government information on these platforms. That's not. I mean, for me, that's not. But I think if you hold that kind of role, then you should fall under the same constitutional guidelines as most other organizations have to. Like And I mean,
We lost
I mean that's
Apex.
yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure he'll pop back on.
Yeah.
But that kind of bugged me. And then it was like, well, if you have a problem with that, then you're not really. Then you are more with the fascists than you are with actual conservatives. And I'm like, well, that's not true either. Like being a fascist, it's like being a fascist, which I think I think I have a problem with them labeling fascists as only right wing. I always felt like left wingers can be fascists too. Like
Oh,
when
yeah.
you're trying to
What are we referring to as fascism? Are we referring to the same thing as fascism? You know, because that's one of the biggest things is people
Define the term.
right. Then
properly.
this is one of those things that this is another one of many terms that the left manipulates into multiple definitions to be able to, you know, to manipulate to try to manipulate the narrative into whatever they want. But also but the problem is like, oh, so we like what we do and what a lot of conservatives are doing is not fascism. We're protected. We're trying to protect the constitutional rights of people, even if we don't like them. We're trying to protect the constitutional rights of people, even we don't like. With fascism, it's like you either bend to my will, or we're gonna make you pay. Like it's not like it. There's a whole world of difference. That was one of the main gripes. That was one of the main gripes I had about the podcast. I'm pretty sure there'll be a couple other gripes that I think of along the lines. But yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I will say, like, because we are planning to do one with this guy, because I mean he does seem like a smart guy, and I've interacted with him a few times. And he's really nice.
And no, he's a nice. Like I'll say this, nice guy. We'll listen to we'll have a conversation with.
Yeah.
And there's stuff that I do agree with him.
Yeah.
There's stuff I do agree with him on. There's
other
stuff. Yeah.
And I will also say this, big positive for Jeff Hamill. He introduced me to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, that in and of itself is a big thing. So,
and there's just certain things that we disagree with on, and we're just going to have to disagree with.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We're never going to, I don't think we're ever going to really meet in the middle on some things. One of them was when I joked around and said that commies should be executed. I wasn't kidding. They should be executed. No.
Execute Order 66.
No, I don't. No, and for okay, so we'll start. I'll unpack that one here. First off, like with the death penalty, right? I think that I support the death penalty unless you have a prison like Russia has Black Dolphin prison. Like if you have a prison like Black Dolphin. Yes. And if you don't know Black Dolphin prison, Google it, YouTube it. I'm telling you, it will change your life. Right? But if you have a prison like that, I'm more than willing to give up the death penalty. More than willing. But until then, yeah, I'm 100% for the death penalty. But anyway, like with communism, okay, so with our country, we have freedoms, right? We have a constitution, we have freedoms, right? And one of those freedoms is if you don't like what we do here, you have the freedom to get the fuck out and move wherever the fuck you want to go, right? Not going to keep you here, not going to, won't imprison you for anything, like for believing in something else. But if you're going to be a communist, that's a different story, right? Because we are a capitalist. We're a capitalist country. We're not a socialist.
Well, see, I don't like the term capitalist because that was invented by the communists to describe free market economies.
So yeah, and let me correct myself. We're like now that I said that, we are definitely not a capitalist country. After these last few months have shown us is we are not a capitalist country at all.
We're
Like
probably
we're
to some form of mixed economy where we do have some forms of social, like, we have fucking direct payments with that coronavirus.
We have regulations,
Look,
but we have
say-
we have a free market basically with regulation.
Pretty much. Yeah.
we could have
Yeah.
we could label ourselves social capitalist, or we could label ourselves. There's
It's a
plenty of
fucking-
labels that we can name ourselves. But now in January of 2021, I'm like, dude, we're probably a corporate socialism. We're corporate socialism. Like,
Yeah.
I look at the bill. I look
Corporations,
at that fucking.
man.
I look at that bill. I look at that bill that gave us that very generous $600 fucking dollars.
Still haven't gotten
and-
mine yet.
Yeah, like, and I'm like, how much money did these fucking corporations get? Holy shit. The whole bill was like $1 trillion. The bill was $1 trillion about, and then and so many assholes got a whopping $600. Like
The
Here's
shit shit that they ran through there too is unbelievable as well.
I think what should have happened was, instead of just giving it to people, just give it to people who are unemployed or are underemployed. People like me who have been making the same money I made beforehand. We don't fucking need it.
I'm kind of, and look, I'm a fan of. I was a fan of the payroll protection. Like, yeah, like giving people, like using some of that money to keep people hired. Like, try to give somebody like a, the incentive to keep people on board, whereas they're still employed, they're still getting some sort of compensation or whatever, like something along the lines of that type of shit, right? Instead of just handing it like, and this pisses me off. This is what pisses me off about the fucking GOP too. Like, and some of these bailouts and all that shit, they were just giving corporations money. Like, oh, here's
They don't
here's
do
money.
that to us.
No, and even the last bill, like the Heroes Act, I think it was called. I'm still there. There's so much bullshit. I'm losing names for everything. But yeah, with the Heroes Act, right? They gave them money, and it was like, oh, if you keep your employees, it can be it'll be a grant where you don't have to pay it back. If you don't, then you'll have to pay it back. But so a lot of these businesses just kept the money, spent it, then declared bankruptcy, and fuck it.
Yeah.
Like.
Yep.
It's
And that's
not,
where I
like-
think Jeff and us will definitely agree, because I saw his comment in the chat where he said something along the lines of like, fuck race, it's about class. And that's what we've been saying from a long time, that there should be no, what was that?
Who's this Jeff guy?
Jeff Hamill.
He's our pal from Penn State. He he helped Sam Richards with his class. I forget what his title was. Sorry if I don't remember. I don't think it was it teacher assistant, a TA.
Yeah, well, he
that.
was. I mean, he did quite a bit for that class.
He did a lot. Yeah. That's why I say he like helps him like run it, live stream it, do all these things. Like he's his right hand man pretty much for that class. And what I totally agree on, and this is something we were saying, especially during the Black Lives Matter riots, is that there's all this talk about race. People are trying to divide people by race, but really, what's been happening and is only going to get worse, and we've been seeing the shifts, especially with the populism rising in this country since 2016, is that it is a class division. It's all about class. It is the people versus the elite. Some call it rich versus poor, but it really is the people that want to help this country, the people that want to make this country great, versus the people that want to keep their power and money for themselves. That's the struggle. And I mean, look, we disagree with the Bernie Bros on a lot of things. We disagree with the Yang Gangers on a lot of things. But at the end of the day, maybe we have different solutions, but we agree on the problem. We are directionally going for the right place, but we have different ways of going there. If that makes
And
sense.
one of the problems, one of the problems that I have, and one of the reasons why I think I don't know if we'll ever meet in the middle on it on a lot of this stuff is the terminology is like the definitions of a lot of the
Yes.
terminology is different.
Yep.
Like for
Yeah.
what
Fascism,
what the left
nationalism, all those things are
racism, what the
thrown.
left
Racism, yeah.
what the left defines as racism and what the right defines as racism are two very different things, right?
Yep.
And
Yeah.
and as long as the two sides remain, and I refuse, like I refuse to believe the left's definition of racism where it's like a privilege plus power thing.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry,
BS.
I don't believe it. I don't believe in that. I think I think any race can be racist, right? I think anybody can be racist. Like if you hold a particular if you hold a one skin pigmentation as in a greater caste system than the other, you're a racist. I don't give a shit what color
Mm-hmm.
is on the top, you think is on the top or the bottom. You're racist, right?
Well, and if you have a
And
brain, and I don't mean like in a smart way, but if you're a human with a brain, you're gonna have biases, you're gonna have prejudices, and
Yeah.
that's where it comes from.
yeah,
Lair Rapshaw in the chat brings up a good point as well. We're being divided by generation as well. That's
Yes, boomers
mean-
versus zoomers, baby.
yeah.
I mean that's true, Lair, but that's kind of how it's always been though too, if you think about
Yes.
it. Like the baby boomers versus their greatest generation,
Well,
parents, and so I mean yeah, you're right, but that's also kind of how it's kind of always been, I guess. And then the Olives says, I can't imagine what it's like to be born without a phone, be born with a phone and internet in your app. And that's very true because like I was born in the mid 90s, so the internet was around, but it wasn't what it is today. Like when I was a kid, the internet was still in its infancy.
When I was a kid, my dad had dial-up internet. I remember that
Yeah.
little box that would sit on top of his tower. I remember getting rid of it and seeing Windows 98 and then Windows 2000 and Windows XP, which nobody probably even our age even knows what that means. Or
Dude, I think
I mean, I do.
I meant sorry, I meant people like younger, like the was
Yeah.
it the Alpha generation? That's the next generation after Zoomers. They don't even know what that is, but
Well, what's funny is now in high school, like I have a neighbor who's like in high school, and he goes to me the other day. He goes, "Yeah, we watched the Steve Jobs iPhone presentation in history class," and I'm like, a kid, I remember watching the keynote while it was live when I was in middle school.
wow.
Dude,
I
fuck,
don't remember it I remember when the iPhone first came out very vaguely because I was younger at that time. I was born in 97. But yeah, that's crazy. And another crazy thing too, which was the title of this video and kind of connects back to the divisions that we're bringing up and how people are being broken down. Another thing that's really interesting to see right now that I think is going to become a trend and a discussion amongst and the debate in the right specifically is about cops, because there was a protest happening, I forget where specifically, and there were Proud Boys there, and they came waving a thin blue line flag, the black American flag with the blue line, the pro-police flag pretty much. It ended with them stomping on it and calling the cops pretty much, I don't think the word was traitor, but maybe like oath breaker or something like that, because the cops, and I don't know the full details, but that really, to be honest, doesn't matter. What matters here is the perception that the cops were rounding up Proud Boys and doing nothing to Antifa. And I think what's going to become a interesting debate that the right is going to have over the next year pretty much is, do we back the blue when the blue doesn't back us? Because that's how these people are perceiving it. I personally think cops should be, like you were saying earlier, Alex, 100% neutral. The law is applied equally to everyone. But when you have these instances, and I'm not saying this is all cops, but when you have
in the
now,
cities,
in a time where we used to have a lot of good cops, but now a lot of them have left, and there's articles about this. Isn't a conspiracy, but a lot of cops, good cops, have left and said, "Screw this," because of the defund the police talk, the hatred towards cops, cops getting assassinated. You're having a lot of good cops leave, and a lot of bad cops are inevitably going to fill those shoes, because no, good person, decent person is going to be like, yeah, I'm going to sign for the job where I have a target on my back. You're going to get a police system that's not going to look the same anymore, and now you're going to get this debate going on, and I personally think it's going to be really messy going forward with how the right views cops.
Well, I mean, there's broad issues to that too. It's like if you're a cop in a city, you're stuck in between a rock and a hard place, and it's not so much that they're backing one thing and not backing the other. It's what do you do when you're basically being handcuffed by the mayor? Like look at New York, right? The NYPD are some of the best cops in the world, right? They're great. They have some great cops on that force, right? What happens? You got a mayor that's handcuffing you at every turn. You have a attorney general that does not apply the law equally, that does not prosecute equally. You have and you have politicians over there that are looking to cut your budget, right? And are looking for every chance that they can to give you your budget. You are in a hard place right now. And you can't buck the system, because it's like, if you buck it, that means your career is done. Like they will find a way to fuck your career. So it's a big discussion that has to be had, but it has to be had on a macro level.
Yeah.
Well,
You can't just.
the problem isn't with the cops themselves; it's the people above them who give them orders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, well-
McGinnis says, it's not fuck the police, it's fuck the police's boss.
Well, Phil, and you brought up actually in the Twitch chat that I was in with Jeff Hamill the other day. You made a point, and I was gonna make this point, but I didn't have time. It's the police unions, and that are the problem. And I was actually talking with an RL friend last night on the phone about this, about how one of the big problems, and as Sean, and I know that this is gonna make you cringe, but I will say, when it comes to the prison system, the libertarians, as much as we might like to make fun of them and call them, LOL libertarians or whatever, as much as
Rightfully
as much as we like to make fun of libertarians, they are right about the prison system and how.
Wait,
Well,
whoa.
well,
Unpack that.
what
Private
prison system are you
prisons
talking
lock
about?
people up for a profit.
Well, what prison system are we talking about? Are
Yeah.
you talking about the state and federal prison systems, or are you talking about the for-profit prisons?
Well, yeah, the for-profit prisons, which, as far as I know, like all the libertarians are against that because of how much.
No, that they're for profit.
No,
They
a lot
love
of
everything private.
A
If
lot
they're
of my
against, that's
libertarian friends are
hilarious.
actually for it.
Yeah, they're absolutely.
Well-
like, look at libertarian principles. Why have
Well,
money?
okay. Well then I must know some more based libertarians then, like. But see, like all of the libertarians I know are actually against like the idea of prison in general, unless it's like for rapists, or murderers. But
they're a weird bunch. Like, I'll be honest. I mean, that's why I laughed at, because I could see one of them actually saying that. They're like, yeah, no private prisons, even though they want to privatize every freaking thing under the sun. It's like either it doesn't exist or it's private. That's their
well, no,
ideology.
they just don't want prisons in general. And to be honest, their solution actually is kind of similar to Gavin's approach, which I kind of like, which is to just arm everyone and let's make it the Wild West again.
Yeah, let's see how that works.
Yeah, we got
let's
Cyberpunk
see how that works.
2077 if you want to
Yeah.
experience that.
But I mean, the problem is, I'm not. I don't know how you fix it because we are now at one of the bright, like one of the silver linings of 2020 is I think we're realizing, the majority of the country is realizing, if they haven't already, is that we are corrupt. Like, this country is corrupt. Like from the politicians to the judges to the ADGs to the like politics and in general, and for the longest time, the majority of the people really saw America as this great nation because we were a nation of laws. We have checks and balance. We have we're supposed to have universal checks and balances. Like, no, somebody's responsible for somebody, right? Somebody answers to somebody in our government. But we're starting to see now that that's no longer the case. Like,
It's funny that you bring that up too, because Phil, because someone brought that up to me and they're like, and it's all Trump's fault. It happened under him. It's like no, this wasn't Trump's fault. It's always been this way. Trump
he
just
pulled the veil. He pulled the veil.
Yeah,
that's what he did. But this problem was always happening. You make up a great point, Sam. He pulled over the veil, but this problem has been happening for years, fucking decades.
Oh, it's been happening for centuries. I mean, I don't want to tie in video games too much, but if you guys have played the Red Dead Redemption series, like one of the arcs is actually about how, like, the outlaws and the cowboy lifestyle, like, those guys were actually the good guys, and then, like, you know, as America started to become more industrial and more, you know, corporatized.
On a side note, I years ago I asked my friend, the one that I was talking about last week. I was like, what do you think of Red Dead Redemption? And his response was the video game or the porno. And I'm like, oh.
I haven't played the games. I know Alex has. I really want to play them because they look awesome. But did you play that, the first one, Alex?
Yes, I beat both of them.
Okay, cool.
You know, what were you saying?
The first one is great though, and it deals with the whole, you know, so like technically this corruption goes back centuries to at least the 1800s.
It goes back before then. It goes back.
Yeah.
Goes back since the dawn of man.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. If we really want to go back that far, then yeah.
Yeah.
Empire, man, just a bunch of corruption. Like, no matter what your I saw a meme of this. I don't know if you sent this to me or what, but it was like you have your political compass, and then you have your fucking like an arrow in there, and it says corruption. It's like, you know, no matter what side of the political compass you're on, it fucks up all of them.
Yeah.
It destroys your utopia, and that's what prevents us.
Yeah,
I think
the thing too is that I think what you're seeing also with combined with this is the reaction, good or bad, to I think a lot of this is that, and we saw this over the summer, but I don't know if you guys seen this too, but people are getting more extreme, like quickly, not like gradual like we normally see, but like quickly. I mean, just look at this election. Normally it's like, oh, an election happens, and while it's happening, people are at they're hyper partisan, they're at each other's throats. The election's over, and we all simmer down, calm down, go back to our little camps, and regroup for the next battle. No. This time it's like, okay, battle's happening, we're kind of starting to get extreme, and then election happens, and it's like, no, we're gonna go real extreme real quick. And like, you have one side going way more to the right, and the other side going way more to the left. I mean,
they're not even going that much more to the right though. Like, if you go and look at from like the 1950s to now, the right has not gone further right. It's always gone more left.
Yeah, I
That-
mean technically, but what I'm saying is that in terms of where it was in, let's say, 2016 or
It's
even
the
2019.
right is full of shit though. Like to me, it's like, and this is another good thing about this is really another good thing. The silver lining of like the more we find out, like the more we found out, like how much shit have we found out since Trump's been in office that we really like didn't know even existed. Like we're like, holy fuck, we like with the whole campaign, like when they spied, they the Obama administration actively spied on a presidential campaign. Like this is crazy shit. Like, look, I went here here's an example. Like, okay, in what 2010, I think it was, one of my I called one of my friends crazy because he said he was saying something in 2010, mind you. He was saying something along the lines of, "Oh, the government's using computers and cell phones to track everybody and record everything and whatever." And I was like, "Dude, you're fucking crazy. You're one of those tinfoil hat motherfuckers." 3 years later, some dude named Edward Snowden fucking went booked the country because he was telling everybody the same shit and had proof of it. Like, I'm like, I don't know what to believe anymore.
Oh, real quick, DC, we had Radio Freedom's been in the chat.
Yeah, well, let's see what we got. We gotta give him some love. He's always been on here, and I always appreciate him. Let me answer him back here right now.
Private prisons are government funded, not really private. Yeah, that's a weird thing too.
Yeah, like it's well, I mean, look, you've got a lot of these big corporations too that are like basically government. They're kind of government funded and protected, and like it's not a real, like, we're not living, this is what I'm saying, we're not living in a real capitalist society. Like it's very much when I say corporate socialism, I'm telling, like, look, they're if you're rich or you're a big corporation, the government's going to protect every fucking thing you do, like every piece of your life. And I, I just I don't, I mean, that's just who we are. That's just who we are.
Yeah, no, it's incredibly corrupt. That's the truth of it. No matter what happens, corruption seeps into there. Like, and then that's the other thing too. I've been seeing a lot recently is like all these teachers and stuff, and like they're complaining that they're not getting enough money. But if you go and look at the United States, we have some of the most per pupil spending in the fucking world. Yeah,
Mhm.
these teachers, like, they're the thing is, it's not the teachers who are getting the money; it's these school districts, and they're spending it on like people who aren't even teachers.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
what the fuck's going on over here?
Between the school administrators and the head of the teachers unions and all this shit, like these people are getting a large chunk of this fucking money, and like everybody else is just getting fucked over in the process. And not, I mean, and yes, our teachers are not great. I mean, they're not. As a whole, the teachers are not exactly great. But I mean, could we do more? Yeah.
Well, they're already
I
getting more
mean,
money than everyone else. The fucking
yeah.
school districts need
There's
to.
no, but there's no there the people, like, when you have the head that when you have the heads that are not only taking that much, but they're like turning a blind eye to all sorts of fucked up shit. Nothing's gonna like, this is the system you have. This is the system that you have, and it's never going to be fixed until you fix that part of the system.
Yeah, it's just that corruption in there. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
teachers, they always complain, and like, it is an interesting job. Like, but with the teachers too, you can realize this: they have probably one of the best work-life balances out there. Like, shit, they work. They have their Monday through Friday. They're not usually called in on weekends. They're not working third shift. They're not usually working second shift. They get all sorts of like like subsidies and stuff. Like, if you go to hotels, there's usually discounts. Like, it's not the most well-paying job, but it has probably the best work-life balance, especially compared to the corporations. But
Yeah.
with the amount of money they're funding, they should be really fucking set.
Yeah.
But, it's these stupid fucking pensions.
I don't even want I don't even like hearing like everybody's like, "Oh, we should have college reform and all that shit." I'm like, "Look, I don't even want to hear all that until you fix the junior high and high school systems that are just utter shit."
Well, no,
Right?
I think colleges, that's a separate issue, and I think
Well, it is, but I'm saying handle that, but because I don't know how many kids are in our systems that really go to our colleges that are completely unprepared for college. Like,
for college,
Well,
no, there are
well,
some things that colleges should fucking fix, though. Like,
yeah,
let's,
no, and I'm not arguing that. That is not my argument.
and
Completely agree with you on. I completely agree with you on that too. However, I don't want to hear about that until you give me a plan where you fix the high schools and the junior highs. Because I mean if these kids are like you're talking about doing all of this shit for the colleges or whatever, but these high school kids are fucked. The junior high school kids are fucked. Like how
yeah.
do something about that before talking about colleges. And I'm not saying, and again, I'm not saying that you're not right. You are absolutely right, Alex. I'm just saying, you know, we're just fucked. We're just fucked. I
well,
don't know.
no, that's a little bit too. I think it's a little bit pessimistic. No, I think there's two separate issues with colleges and the high schools. I think for colleges, the biggest problem is that the government is guaranteeing loans and the students can't declare bankruptcy to get rid of those loans. Like, let's say, you buy a fucking car or you buy a house and you fucking can't pay for it. You can declare bankruptcy and it goes away. You can't do that with a college education.
Nope.
I think
Well,
that's a big fucking deal. Like, number one,
well,
you should be able to go and declare bankruptcy on your college education. I think that's
Yeah.
bankruptcy sucks,
Yeah.
but you should be able to fucking do it. You can do it for any
Yeah.
other debt, like for the most part, like unless there's a court ordered fine, but you can't do it with college. Number
Yeah.
two, I think that we need to go and stop guaranteeing loans to colleges,
Mhm.
college degrees, because I think that's where ever since that happened, you can look this up. I think it was under Lyndon Johnson. They started doing that program where this government guarantees loans to colleges. I think that was the biggest fucking mistake out there because now, why would a college decrease costs if people can just get loans for it anyways? And that's why you start to see college prices increase dramatically, and then they started making these degrees that are fucking bullshit. You
Mhm.
can't get a job
yeah.
afterwards. If they could declare bankruptcy, it would prevent a lot of these issues. And if they'd stop guaranteeing loans, it would stop like having colleges increase their prices because then they'd have to compete on cost.
Question for you guys. I think I might have mentioned this last week, but which big name conservative is funded by the college loan?
Benji,
Who
little
Who
isn't?
Benji.
Sean got it. Shapiro.
He's also funded by Hollywood.
Mhm.
Hollywood created Ben Shapiro. Fun fact. There's a whole article about it I was starting
Well,
to read.
I'm not as annoyed by that though as I am that he is funded by the college by the
Well, he was-
fucking college
well,
loan
he was
people.
born into Hollywood.
Yep.
Like his cousin is fucking Matilda. His cousin's Matilda. So I mean,
you can't even fucking get a student discount for the fucking DIY premium membership, and yet one of your main backers is in the student loan business. I mean,
Jesus.
Well, I just think that like people are going at that whole thing the wrong way. That issue, I just think that the loan issue has been like the college issue in general. It's just been people aren't understanding, like they're not getting to the root of the problem. It's like with immigration. People are like, oh, we need to legalize immigrants. Well, you're not fixing the root of the problem. You're just going to have to, if they just grant loan forgiveness now, what's to stop college? Like, what's to stop this from coming back in the next 10 years? You need to go and at least destroy the problem first. Stop the bleeding before you put the fucking before you replace the arm, like before you do.
And that's politics. That's American politics. Like that's a good point, Alex. That right there defines basically American politics as a whole, right? You take any issue you want: immigration, gun control, the student loan crisis, all any issue you want. You have two sides. You have two sides of the establishment that are like that have different answers to different things, and none of them really tackle the legitimate problem. And so this is the system we have, and this is another thing that a lot of people are getting sick of too, right? Because a lot of people like a lot of people think, well, why can't we just have, why can't we just tackle the problem? Why can't we just figure out a solution that tackles the problem versus, doing one politically expedient thing that might satisfy a political side, but it doesn't really fix the problem. I don't know but that was a good analogy there, Alex. That was a good thing. That was a good point you made, Alex.
It's funny too. Like I was going down I haven't looked. I was trying to look deeper into Ben Shapiro, so I was going down a Ben Shapiro rabbit hole, whatever that looks like, and I got to.
Okay, Sean. Let me stop you there. Okay, it's not a rabbit hole. Okay, it's a yarmulke, bro. It's a yarmulke. We're all supposed to wear them. Why the fuck aren't you wearing a yarmulke? I know you're not Jewish, but you should wear a fucking yarmulke, okay?
I would love to see Ben Shapiro dropping F-bombs over the yarmulke. That's like the one thing he'd probably like curse over. It's funny because I go down this rabbit hole, and I came back to something that I'd seen that he'd done before, was when he did that Stanford speech during the Groyper Wars, and he changed his speech last minute to address all that. One of the things he brought up that I don't know how I missed this, but it's one of the funniest things to make it into a Ben Shapiro speech. He goes, Nick Fuentes is a awful person, blah, 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 blah. And then he gets to the part where he goes, when Nick Fuentes was playing Grand Theft Auto, he shot a Jewish guy, an Orthodox Jew, and said that he was shooting Ben Shapiro.
That's a fucking win for.
It's funny.
No, it's a win for Nick Fuentes because
it's a gamer moment.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Fucking advertising.
I know, it's a gamer moment advertised by Ben Shapiro. Like, holy crap. And it's so funny the way he phrases it like such a boomer. He's like he's so awful. He made death threats against me in Grand Theft Auto 5 by shooting me. It was like something like that. I'll post it so you guys can watch it, but it's hilarious. Like of what actually happened and how Ben interprets it.
I actually have to ask that though too, because when I heard Ben say that, I was fucking skeptical. Not just because Ben said it, but also I'm like, okay, granted, I haven't played like the new GTAs in like quite a few years, but I'm pretty sure there aren't like actual Orthodox Jew NPCs.
There is one.
Wait.
Hey, real quick here.
Wait, really?
Yeah, play the video I posted in general.
Yeah.
I was gonna say something about, well,
yeah, you can chime in.
completely
It's
off
fine.
topic. completely off topic. So here, so earlier today, obviously January 6th is like the big day where they count. They do all the counting the electoral votes and stuff. Um,
I actually got a
so
super chat about that.
you got
It-
you got your objections, right? You got your objections, and that's kind of it's starting to hit the news waves and a little bit too. One tweet really kind of grinded my gears here from one of the politicians, and this one was from a Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska.
Mm-hmm.
And here, let me read this because I feel like I need to like really, because I think I'm gonna get ready to trash this fucking tweet here. Like I said, we're going nuclear. Fuck it. So in the message, right? In the message, she said, "I swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, and that is what I will do on January 6th. Just as I strive every day to serve the people of Alaska." Yeah, you do a real fuck up job. Anyway, I will vote to affirm the 2020 presidential election. Yeah, just as I thought. The courts and the state legislatures have all honored their duty to hear the legal allegations and have found nothing to warrant an overturning of the results. I urge my colleagues from both parties to recognize this and to join me in maintaining confidence in the Electoral College and our elections so that we ensure we have the continued trust of the American people. Kiss my ass, Lisa Murkowski. Okay. Okay.
Let's vote for me.
First off, this is a woman. Her career's over, right? I don't think she's not getting, if she don't get reelected. Do not apply for reelection. You're probably not going to win. There's going to be people on both sides looking to take you out, and either side will easily beat you. Anyway, okay, so let's see. The courts and the state legislatures have all honored their duty. How? They've all they've done is turned a blind eye. All they've done is called the evidence unsubstantiated, even though it's not. You're okay. That have found nothing and have found nothing to warrant overturning the election. Just because you refuse to hear it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, right? How much we've been talking about it over the last couple of months, how much crooked shit has been going on in this fucking election, and it's not because it's not because there's no evidence. It's because nobody's doing a goddamn thing about the fucking evidence. It's a lack of execution. That is the problem.
Well,
that
did you
is
see
the
the
fucking
recent
problem.
thing that they found in Georgia where votes were because one thing I did like is like now, especially more recently, like you've been having the nerds kind of like speak out more. And what I mean by that is the people that understand the computers and the voting machines have been speaking on. There was one guy that showed that at a certain time at night, Trump was at a certain like vote level higher than Biden, and then all of a suddenly Trump like loses a certain number of votes, and then Biden got the exact number of votes that he lost. Like just like that. It just happened.
Yep.
And they were breaking like a bunch down with the thing. It was almost hard to follow. I was getting kind of confused of how it worked, but they're breaking down just how like this makes zero sense. It's totally impossible. Where did this come from? So if anybody hasn't seen that, look that up, because that's one example to me that's like, it's not like hearsay. It's not like somebody that misinterprets something they saw, which happens a lot.
if the judges, if the state legislators, if the national legislators really did their job, they would find more than enough evidence to overturn this fucking election, right? They would find more than enough. The problem is nobody's doing a fucking thing. Like it's because, well, honestly, I almost feel like it's laziness. Like they don't want to do the fucking work that really needs to be done to fix this shit.
It's partially
So
that, and
anyway,
partially that they want Trump out.
that too. That's another element of it too.
Well, that, Sean, and then there's another element which this I honestly don't understand, but there are people out there who, I kid you not, they believe that because Biden won the election, that COVID is going to be like magically over
Yeah.
on January. And look, you know, even if Trump had won, like, and there were Trump people who were saying that too, and it's like that's fucking retarded as well, because this virus is not this virus is apolitical, and you know it's not going to go away over. It's not going to go away on a magic date. We could be dealing with
Bullshit.
We could be
You said
dealing.
I'm sorry. I had a little
Catching COVID.
throat there. I'm sorry about that.
Well,
anyway, go on, Sam. I'm sorry.
This virus isn't going to be ending on an arbitrary date. I mean, we could be dealing with
Bullshit. Fuck, man, Sam. God damn it. I didn't mean to do that, but you know, it's just like.
Okay, well, obviously, what I'm saying is, you know, is making you cough. So what do you have to say?
No, I don't know. I think this whole thing is fucking political. I do. Now.
No, well, yeah,
I get you. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying in an honest, general sense, right? You're right. Like, this sickness is not political. The sickness is not, but
oh
it's
yeah,
political. I mean, honestly, it's political.
Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, what I'm saying is the actual fucking virus. Okay, yeah. So let me clarify. Obviously, the thing has been politicized, but also what I'm saying is there are people out there who literally think that the actual fucking virus itself is political, and that's where it gets to be BS. It's like, look, there are going to be people who are going to manipulate the shit out of this on both sides, no matter what. But in the meantime, we have to deal with, you know, the actual virus, and who the fuck knows when it's going to go away. I might not even be alive.
I don't know, man. I got my fucking thoughts on this virus.
Drop the red pill out.
Since we're going down this rabbit hole, let's hear it.
Dude, I think it's been way the fuck overblown, and I don't think, like, because technically I'm a fucking COVID-19 survivor. I didn't even know I had it. It's such a fucking scam. My great-grandfather, 98 years old, had the fucking virus and recovered without any major difficulties.
Like, I think that was the point we were trying to make, Alex.
He articulated
that was
better.
The point we were trying to make. I was trying to do it in a more sarcastic sense, but yeah.
We are shutting down society over something that, you know, it's annoying, but like, let's be real over here. It's not like the fucking Spanish flu.
Look, here's my opinion. I think that the COVID numbers here in America are completely bullshit, both in deaths and cases, right? I think that the hospitals and every medical center is completely bullshitting their numbers for federal and state aid.
Oh yeah, totally.
Well, yeah, they need money so that they can have time to do their TikTok videos. That's the
quickest way to get money. That is bar none. That is the quickest way to get money.
Yeah, well, those TikTok videos those nurses make take time and money. There's production involved.
That's true. And at least on the bright side, look, look, they're struggling with COVID, but on the bright side, the flu and pneumonia are pretty much gone. right? So they did do a great job of that, right? We should give them credit for that.
I
Dude,
think
Larry in
way
chat said my great grandfather died from the Spanish flu of 1918.
I think that they're just way overblowing the amount of fucking like spread when you're not
It's not.
asymptomatic spread. I think that was like that may have happened in a handful of cases, but it gets applied to everything. Same thing
I'm
for
starting to think. So you bring up a good point, Alec. I don't think it's overblowing. I think it's flat out fucking manipulation.
yeah.
I think it's overblowing overblowing feels like there's like a presumption of innocence here. I think it's active manipulation. Like these numbers are being actively manipulated to score some. And as far as states go, all the crazy shit is happening in blue run states. I feel like they're sandbagging their own state for political purposes. Like that's another thing I feel like that's going on right now. Because they're trying to get they're trying to play on the emotional heartstrings of the public to try to get Trump to concede, or maybe try so there's political shit in play, right? Because it's down a political line. All the fucked up shit that's going on, California, Pennsylvania, New York, all this stuff, it's all happening in these blue states. All these red states are doing fine, right? South Dakota, Florida, a lot of these red states are doing great, right? So yeah, there's a lot of manipulation. There's
You know why they want to do this? They want to go and have so everyone gets the fucking COVID-19 app on their phone so that they can get used to the government tracking them.
Well, that's another element. That's like you have a government that wants to abuse their power to use their power to inflict it on everybody else, because they can't do their job the right way. Like it's easier to lock down and control people than it is to actually govern, right?
Well,
Governing takes a lot of work.
You're mentioning earlier about the corporatocracy over here, like that's definitely in play too, because guess what?
Absolutely.
Fucking Walmart and Amazon are doing very well because of this virus.
And the small businesses are being wiped out, aka their competition.
Oh yeah, because fucking Walmart's always going to be open, but your mom and pop like pizza shop, your like small hardware store that might only be like a room, like maybe 100 feet large, that's going to go down because they can't social distance there. They know it's the
Amazon. I'm okay with Amazon. I'm kind of okay. With
using the fuck out of this.
They are. Well, look, I'm saying kind of okay. That I realize that's a stretch, but look, like I realize, because at least their business model, they're kind of like it's kind of tailoring to the small business too. Like there's a lot of fucking small businesses that run on Amazon. Oh, yeah. But Walmart is fucking cruel. Holy fuck!
You know how else they're cruel?
I fuck a Walmart. You can literally order any. Go on.
Sorry, you're going in and out big time, even when I wasn't talking.
Now, what I was saying is Amazon's one who's like really raking hand over fist, because you got these people that were scared by the media to not go out for any purpose. But guess where they can still get their shit from? Amazon.
Yeah. Well, funny you mentioned Walmart, because and I'm glad it ended this way, because now I'm not giving them any more money. But my problem I've been having, where I've been ordering these 2 albums and they keep coming damaged. I got the 3rd shipment of these albums from Walmart, and guess how they came? Damaged again. And so I'm sending them back. I'm not even ordering for Walmart anymore, because fuck them. But it's like, these companies suck too, like half the time. It's like, yeah, they have everything you want, but like they have fucking like first of all, their prices aren't that great. They screw you over. They don't help you out. They don't really. I mean, it's just frustrating dealing with some of these companies. But when you look at the numbers, though, because I'm kind of the opinion of you, Alex. I know initially I was like, we need to do every safety precaution we can. We don't know how deadly this virus is. I mean, it sounds like it's pretty bad. So initially we were all scared, and it was pretty scary looking. But now that we've learned a thing or two, And now that we've done whatever we have done over these past year, currently the fatality rate of our entire country, and I can break it down per 100,000 next, but just the entire country, the fatality rate is one. I thought it was like 2.5%, 3%. That's what I thought it was. It's 1.7%. 1.7%. Let's say generously, it's 2%. Do you realize how small that is of this country? 2%. You line up 100 people, 2 of them are gonna die from it.
Let's break it down.
Yeah, break it down even more.
Dying. How many of them are terminally ill?
Exactly.
Elderly.
Yep.
Because that's what the thing is. Like the nursing homes, like they're the one. That's the place that shit's getting spread the most. Like if there's anyone who should be taking this shit seriously, it should be like
old people.
those people and nurses.
Yeah. Well, here's the other thing too. Is like you compare this with other countries, and this thing I'm looking at, Johns Hopkins, does break it down per 100,000, so it's fair. But just think of it this way: compared to Switzerland, on Austria, and Portugal, which are small countries, way smaller, they have the same fatality rate as we do. We're a massive country with a massive population. I mean, I'm scrolling on this thing. The worst is still like Italy and China. Obviously, is by far the worst. Yemen at 30%. They're having a rough time over there. But
well, China's probably lying too.
Of course they're lying. They're lying big time. But my point is that you look at the numbers, take out whatever the media says, whatever the experts say, and even these numbers, which we know aren't accurate. We know they're not accurate. But let's, for the sake of it, say that it's a rough estimate. It's still not a big deal. It still really isn't. And then people are going to say, well, it's because of the measures we've taken, the mitigation techniques. And that has truth to it, yes. But that doesn't mean still we need to shut everything down, because we've learned that even when you don't do that, it's still about the same rates the way they're going up. Like it really doesn't change it that much. What changes things is staying away from people and maybe wearing like an N95 mask. But like when you're wearing those cloth masks or surgical masks, like I personally feel it's not doing anything.
I think the surgical masks are all right, but like anything below a surgical mask, you're just blowing smoke up your own ass.
Well, and the joke is, like, I keep getting the people to say, well, look, the rates go down because we're wearing masks. What are most people wearing? They're not wearing the good masks. They're wearing cloth masks, which aren't that great. I personally don't think they do anything because most people don't wash them, for stars. And you see people touching them. I'm like, these things aren't really doing anything. Unless you're wearing an N95 or surgical, you're really not doing a lot. And if you're being careful of how you touch, too. And the other thing too is I remember in my, like, I've had a weird past couple days in this neighborhood because my neighbor died unexpectedly. We saw a bunch of cop cars out on I think it was like a day or two after Christmas, and like turned out she died. She did not die from COVID, but a few days before that, so right when I came back from Penn State, somebody in my neighborhood did die from COVID. And my parents are freaking out, people freaking out, like, oh, look, you said COVID's not that big of a deal, and look, a person died. I'm like, yeah, that's gonna happen. I'm not saying it's fake. Look at how many people are in this neighborhood. There's like 100 homes there must be in this neighborhood. Times that by 4 to say it's a family of 4. You got 400-ish people, probably more, in this neighborhood alone. And mix in the holiday travel and all the other shit, and only one person in the past year, one person who's elderly and overweight, died of COVID in this neighborhood. One. Another person has it currently, may or may not make it, but guess what? They're old, 57 years old. 2 people out of 400? I'm no math expert, but that's a small number. It's just, you're right. It is such a sham. It is such a, I don't want to say the H word, hoax, but the virus itself is very real and very deadly for older people, but even them, most old people are fine coming out of it. Like, you're definitely the most at risk group, and I understand. Let's keep our old people safe. I get it. But everybody else can go at their own risk. And be careful around old people. Lock them up. Keep them safe.
Well, here's the thing too. Like, are they even giving people, like in PA? I think that they're shooting themselves in the foot on purpose. Because when my girlfriend got the virus, there was no contact tracing done whatsoever.
And
None.
do you have to report to anybody, like on your own board? Does the hospital do that? Like, what was the procedure?
She went to Walgreens and they said, oh yeah, you should like, quarantine or whatever and get a follow up. They didn't even like make her do a follow up. She had to go and schedule that on her own like a few weeks later. This thing's a fucking joke. And they're not doing contact tracing in PA, at least not meaningfully. If they really gave a shit, they'd call you up as soon as you're back, as soon as they hear about this. Hey, we need to go and see who you talked to for the past 2 weeks. Just to go and see, like, these people might need to go and take a test. No, and then even in PA too, like, have you even tried to get a test? It's such a pain in the ass.
I did try at one point when I had a little COVID scare. I had to like wait a day pretty much.
Yeah, like you can't even fucking get a test if you want the test. Like you have to like, and especially like heaven forbid you don't have a car. Most of these
Me.
places like Walgreens and Rite Aid, you have to have a car to even get this test. Like I think there might be like one place that doesn't require that, but good luck getting like I think it was like an urgent care or whatever, but good luck even getting to there and like getting it on time because they don't let you like schedule it out. Most of the time, you get to wait like 2 or 3 days to get a fucking test.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's not that bad of a thing because number one, I think the tests are they honestly I don't want to say they're pointless, but they don't prove a lot. And it's because they're very 50-50.
It depends which one you get. If you get the good test, they're like 90-some% accurate. But if you do that instant test, it's 50-50.
Yeah. But what are
like,
most people getting?
Well, to get any of them, like you still have to wait fucking 3 days. Like, good luck. Or you have to drive like a half an hour away. Like 30 miles or whatever. It's insane. And then fucking Wolf's like, oh well, people aren't getting tests, they're not being safe. Well, it's fucking Wolf's fault. He's the one who is causing that. Oh well, look, it's these people dining out.
It's
It's fucking not. It's not dining out. Yeah, then he'll be like, oh well, see you people, you local business owners. Well, just blame Trump, blame Congress. Don't blame me because listen, the virus doesn't shut businesses down. That's the government.
Mm-hmm.
Does it. And if you're going to go and shut a business down, that's one thing, but you need to go, if you're going to do that, as soon as you shut them down, you need to give them the same money that they had beforehand.
Yep. Well, who's been really awesome about this is Dave Portnoy. He started a fundraiser for small businesses because he's been doing these very not just passionate, but persuasive rants on Twitter that have actually kind of resonated with me about shutting things down and whatnot. He's obviously very against shutting down these small businesses because they're dying. And he put his money where his mouth is and he started a fundraiser and they've raised millions of dollars for businesses. I mean, good on him. I mean, we need more of that. And when the government can't do it, freaking Barstool Sports will do it. And it's great. I love it. And what really hit me too was, and I know it hit you too, Alex, because the way you described it, like when you go back up to State College, Penn State, when you go to any college town, frankly, it's tragic. Your favorite restaurants are closed or for sale, like Babies is still for sale. Your favorite businesses are all shut down. Who knows if they'll come back? The campus is dead. The apartments are empty. There's nobody on the streets. I will never forget that eerie, just empty feeling of being there. It's something that really hits you and shows you just how devastating this all is. And I kind of like made me more vigilantly anti-lockdown after that, even though I already was before. I cannot put into words just how much it really hits you, seeing how devastating it has been to businesses.
Well, see, and I just watched that movie, what was it, Dallas Buyers Club yesterday.
Oh, you saw it. Oh.
And, that's making me think of some of this shit they're doing with this.
Doesn't it, though?
Yeah.
Dude, doesn't it, though? Oh, my God.
Like,
this is what I'm saying.
Based.
We have all these fucking situations going on with that Dallas Buyers Club with this shit.
You finally get what I was talking about the AZT shit now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
like what's going to happen with this because they're pushing it so hard.
Yes.
They're like, well, you get a certificate. And
It's such parallels. It is such parallels, like because they were pushing that, and they really were too. Like back in like I think it was like the late 80s, early 90s. They were pushing this AZT that was fucking killing people quicker, right? It was actually like, and they were like, oh, this is, which I mean, if you want to go down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole, they were trying to kill blacks and gays quicker because like by using AZT. But yeah, there's a lot. There's definitely like this weird eerie feel where it feels like there's parallels between like the AZT part of that and then like the COVID vaccine now, because we're starting to see like, oh, maybe there's some side effects that are going on with some of these vaccines or whatever. So
well, listen, and I'm not generally an anti-vax person. Like, I feel like for a lot of things it makes sense, but the way that this is getting pushed out, and it's like, hey, your employer can fire your ass if you don't get the vaccine. Like, that's what really scares me.
Yeah.
Well, what scares me too is the limitations they're gonna put on. And look, if it's coming from an honest place, I understand it to a degree. But when you see things like you can't fly if you don't take this vaccine, you can't come into the store without the vaccine.
You can't go to concerts.
Yeah, exactly. I think the fairest compromise is simply, if you want to come here, if you're vaccinated, great. You can come right in. Nothing. You don't have to do anything else. If you are not vaccinated, we would ask you please to wear a mask and keep a distance. I don't know, but at least give people that sort of choice so that if you want to, appear like you're a safe business, all jazz, you can. But this idea of like, you have to take this vaccine or else you can't do X, Y, and Z, which you could normally do before, is really scary for me, because personally, I'm going to try as hard as I can to not get the vaccine.
I think here. If you had the virus, you shouldn't have to get the fucking vaccine either, because what's the point?
Well, the point is so that you don't get it, You already
had the virus.
Yeah,
well, if you've already had it, yeah, I never had it, I think.
Well, if supposedly if you have it, you can get it again, but one of my whole issues, and Sean, I know you'll appreciate this as a fellow kind of techie /
gamer,
well, iPhone user, but now they want us to. There are lots of proposals for wanting us to download COVID tracking apps on our phones and having that. It's like hell no. I'm not downloading a COVID tracking app. But what if they mandate it? Well, then I'm not leaving my house ever again.
Or just leave your phone at home.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, thankfully you don't. At least now, I think with Apple you don't have to do any of that. I think it's optional.
Yeah, no, thank God for that.
You don't think Apple's gonna come up with some shit to fucking hotwire that shit? You're out of your mind.
Yeah, they'll just push it out.
I would think if they were gonna do that, they would have already done it at some point.
No, this is why you fucking you're gonna have to start like not using your fucking phone as much.
Well, if they were to do that though, I think they would have done it anyway. And I mean, if you're that paranoid, then don't have a phone at that point, because I mean your computer's tracking. I mean you can't buy a TV now. I mean they have Android TV with the mics in them. The I forget what Android, Google Assistant. It's always listening to you because you can turn your TV on with it. I mean, you probably can't buy a toothbrush that doesn't track you anymore.
No, that shit's scary too. Like, I don't know if you heard, but the other week they had this huge fucking breach of there was like two different breaches. There's one of like FireEye, which is one of the premier like they do like anti like malware detection and stuff, and there's another one, SolarWinds, which is like a major server thing that compromised a lot of the US government and tons of other corporations. These Internet of Things devices, they typically aren't that secure. Yeah. Like a lot of them have default passwords people don't even know how to set up. You know, so you have all these Internet of Things connected devices. Your fucking shitter has a fucking, some of these new ones, they have a fucking computer in them. These, what you call it, the refrigerator. A lot of those new
Yep.
ones, they have a computer in it. Sooner or later, that shit's gonna get hacked, and you're gonna have fucking ransomware popping up on your fucking refrigerator, won't let you open it, or it'll turn off your fucking
Mm-hmm.
your refrigerator until you pay them like 0.02 Bitcoin.
Or
So
look at all the well, already we have all these smart home devices, which are cool. Don't I mean I'm not gonna ignore that, but these things that you can turn your lights off remotely, you can open your garage, you can unlock your doors, even crazy enough, or the ring system, like all these things, your home is going to become fully connected in every little silly way to the internet. And it's, look, I will admit it is cool in many ways, but you are opening yourselves up to, like Alex said, the insane levels of ransomware where they can
So,
literally just say, you can't get into your house unless you pay me 1,000,000 Bitcoin.
Dude, that would be fun.
so,
Like, think about it. That's like almost fucking comical. Like, you get fucking ransomware on your I mean, it'd be terrible. We get on your fucking garage door opener that keeps your garage door open.
Yeah, we should do this like
so,
Bezos or like some lefty, you know?
so
That's how you
let,
get back at them. That's how you get funding. That's how you fund the right wing.
so, so let me, so let me just kind of play devil's advocate here for the smart home. Okay, I'll kind of do both sides. Devil's
Mhm.
advocate. For me, as a disabled person,
Oh,
have, having,
fair
I
point.
know, I'm playing this, card. Like, if they were to, for me, for instance, okay, blinds and curtains, are pretty fucking tough for me. I'm sorry, but, like, that, so smart blinds and whatnot, those things are cool, same with lights and whatnot, but,
But those could just
even
be like a
I
little remote that's not connected to the internet. You know, it's
well
like a poor people's version of Bluetooth. Like it's not
Like, fucking,
Bluetooth, but something
like they
like
can
it.
use one like IR or whatever, like your regular TV remote.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, I just want something that I can kind of link to my phone, for that.
Mm.
So I mean, I guess, but then there are some things that I don't understand needing to be linked to the internet. Like, honestly, smart toilets. Why? Pardon my French, but why do I need the fucking shitter to be like?
What if you forgot to flush the toilet? If you have like a smart day on there, but then like just about anything that is smart like that can be hacked
Yep.
and probably will be fucking hacked at some point. Like, can you imagine how much of a pain in the ass that would be if, you're
Those
you're trying
smart
to get.
toilet, those smart toilets, they're gonna steal your DNA from your shit.
Well, they won't do that, but like, let's say you have your smart blinds, like you're asleep one day,
Yeah,
and then you get a fucking hacked, and then someone just opens up your blinds in the middle of the like, let's say you're going to sleep in the day or
And then they
whatever.
take nude pictures of you nude in your bed and sell them online on OnlyFans.
Unless you pay a certain amount of money, or like you have a smart lights, and then they start giving you the Guantanamo Bay treatment after it gets hacked until you pay them fucking money to fix it.
No, no, no. What they could do to
yeah.
Sam, which would be so cruel, is like imagine you have a smart wheelchair and they like hack you and they lock you, like they put the brakes on and they're like, oh, sorry, Sam, can't move unless you pay us 2,000,000
That
Bitcoin. Not going
that
Or
is
like,
anywhere,
actually
buddy.
or like a
that is
stairmaster, like you're halfway up the like you're using that thing to get up the staircase, and then it just stops you until you pay the money.
Yeah.
Like that shit, like it sounds fucking far off now, but and they're not gonna ask for 1,000,000 Bitcoin. They'll probably ask for like $20. That's how they'll get you, because they know you won't pay them $1,000,000, but $20 or $10 here and there, it's like they can get that money.
I was just told
well.
to
So
review a comment that said, quote, my balls are so big I did hair transplants from my nut Jew.
You're not too.
Yeah. I'm trying to comprehend what that fully means.
Where are these comments
This is
on?
on Sam's stream. He's got all the dirty people. It
who?
was 12 pack.
Oh yeah, 12. 12 pack is a filthy fucking animal, but we love him.
Yeah.
So
We have a few people like that, don't we?
Yeah.
where
well,
where
it's a
where
serious.
the fuck did Alan Powell go though? That's what I want to know.
Who's that?
Alan's my mercenary who said that
Oh, the Chad.
Kyle no, who said that what's his face? Hunter Avalon was a soy boy.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. I forgot to mention to you in that Deus Ex game, Alex. When you need like food or something, that it'll like pop up in some place like to get it, or like it'll be in crates, and one of them was fucking soy.
Yes.
I'm telling you, the parallels to that game to now is hilarious.
I fucking finally
Well,
beat that game. Like, just to let you know. I mean, I told you guys already, but to let the chat know that fucking Cyberspunks 2069.
Cyberspunk. Cyber Smash. Cyber Pussy.
I will say this. Now is a great time to go on eBay and get all of the issues of Playboy you need, because I guarantee you that if the internet goes the way I think it will, all of the people who go to the internet for your porn needs, that shit isn't gonna be happening
No,
anytime soon.
porn will always be there.
Don't buy fucking Playboy off of eBay. I don't trust where that's been.
No. Here's my
Second.
thing, and this is one of those
You
things
buy
that
them
I've started
sealed.
doing too. I bought a hard drive, like I bought a real big mega hard drive, external hard drive, and I've done a whole bunch of stuff like on it. Like I've downloaded movies and I've put them on there. I downloaded the entire Wikipedia catalog and I put it on there. I
How
put
big was that?
YouTube videos, like a lot of Khan Academy, a lot of like stuff that I might need to, like, you know, for educational purposes, maybe, like, you know, it's I'm really starting to like Sam's talking about, if shit goes down, like I want to make sure that, like, I'm not fucked over here. Like, I mean, there's a good chance I might still be anyway, but like, look, you gotta play the game of odds, man.
Dude, how big was that Wikipedia catalog?
Well, is
Wasn't
it
it-
all with
That must be
pictures?
terabytes.
No, if it depends. If it's like just text, it probably won't be.
No, it's because most of it's just text anyway.
Yeah, but do you
so-
know how big Wikipedia is? Like, there's a lot of music, like audio files,
know
a
how,
lot of
like,
video, a lot of pictures.
Well, if you omit that, like the audio and video, like it probably wouldn't be that big.
If it's just the text, but even that's a lot, text on Wikipedia.
Yeah, but like it depends what format it does. If it's like just fucking like unformatted text.
Yeah. I could see it. How'd you download that?
They let you do it online. Like the Wikipedia actually lets you do it.
Oh shit! I'll actually do that. I'm looking at that because, yeah, they have over. How many articles do they have? They usually tell you at the top. 6.2 million articles in English.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, it's interesting, but you know, I do agree with you, like, of putting all the crap you can offline, because that's one of the things is like, you know, I know where I live, it kind of happens more in some other places, but still happens rarely. It's like when your power goes out. Yeah, this is why I don't stream music. Like, you can't access any of that.
View Wikipedia if your power goes out unless you have a generator.
What was that?
How are you gonna be able to view your computer if the power goes out?
Well, wait, what do you mean?
Like if it's saved onto a hard drive, like unless you're using it off of unless you have a generator, you're not gonna be able to turn on your computer.
Well, no, when I was talking about music, I meant like for my phone.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, but with your computer though, like I know my dad has a battery backup, so you can just use a battery backup. They sell those like at Micro Center.
Yeah, that's true. You could do that.
They don't last long, but they exist. It's like those battery packs for your phone, but before those existed, and that's another thing I'm gonna get. Like when I get like a doomsday kit with food and crap, is a crap load of those battery packs or like a real big one to last forever.
Mhm.
That's another
Well,
thing
I
people
mean,
forget about is those.
Well, see, you need to make sure you got some guns, man, before that happens.
Mhm.
Or else it's just gonna take
That
it
is
from
on
you.
the list too, because having stuff is one thing, protecting it and keeping it is a whole nother thing. But I totally agree with Phil on that. I mean, I bring up music because that's a common thing people forget, that like when your power goes out, you have no access to any of your music, but I have
Yeah, I'm not
access to
gonna
all
be
my
listening.
music.
I'm not gonna fucking listen to my music if the power goes out unless I have like a not just an external battery. I'm gonna want a fucking generator at that point.
Yes, that's another thing I want to do is like when or if I'm rich, it's just like get like not just get solar panels, get everything you can to like self-generate a house for 24 hours.
You don't need solar panels. Just get a fucking regular gas generator and keep
Yeah,
some
but those only
gas.
power like your fridge and a few other things.
Uh, it depends.
I
Like
mean,
you
if you
can
buy a
buy
super
multiple.
expensive one, maybe.
Like if you're fucking rich, yeah, you can. Like if you can buy just two of them, it's
Well,
cheap.
yeah, but I've dealt with those. One, they're extremely loud, so you have to keep them like quite a ways outside, and they don't power that much. They really don't. Like
Well, your computer's
your
not that.
washing machine, your fridge alone take up a lot. But if you start like if you just want to do other stuff, because your food's gonna be your priority, so you're gonna do the fridge. You might be able to do a couple other things, and that's it.
Well, yeah. Well, how much shit are you gonna be doing when it's like you're on survival mode?
I mean, if you're on survival mode, you're gonna want everything. You're gonna want your lights. You're gonna want your internet. You're gonna want your
Well, you
all
only
your
really need that, like
devices, your
for you're
computer.
not gonna have if your power's out, you're probably not gonna have internet anyways.
Not necessarily. I mean, it
yeah,
depends. And also, if you
that's
want
a
to use
good point.
cellular, like if you want to start using cellular data on your phone to download stuff and to go on the internet, that eats up a lot of battery. So either you have a lot of batteries to charge stuff, or you power up your house so you can charge stuff.
Because they do have different strength generators. Like, man, what you want to get into? Like, I mean, solar power is never. You need to be careful with a lot of those places too, because a lot of them are fucking scam companies.
Oh yeah.
I've known, or they'll like charge you out the ass like fucking Tesla. They want like 30 grand to put solar panels around my house. I'm like, fuck that.
Yeah, well, and I'm not saying just solar. I'm just saying like I would do everything, like for example, solar and other stuff to power things self-sufficiently.
Yeah.
Because yeah, having a gas generator is great, but like for example, what happens if you run out of gas? You're not gonna run out of sunlight unless it's like unless you're
Unfortunately,
China, you know.
you run
Obviously,
out
you
at
do
night.
during the nighttime, but I'm trying to think of things that are more like you don't need other resources necessarily for.
Well, you can buy those like if you're rich, you can buy like and not even rich. Like some people do this for other shit. Like you get a 500-gallon diesel like container and just shove it somewhere. Like put underground. Like my grandparents have an oil thing for their heat.
Yeah.
You can do that with diesel.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things you can do, and that's one of the like we're lucky in some ways too. Like our heat, um, I believe the heat's what is our I forget how our heat is, but I
Yeah,
know
like
that our cooking is gas, so a lot of people that have like electric stoves couldn't cook, if the power would go out.
I mean, if you have propane, you can go fucking Hanko and just use propane
That too, yeah.
grill.
We should like make a video like one day when we actually have all this shit as like an ultimate survival guide, of really how to survive.
Yeah, no, I think that'd be a fun idea. Like, you have your fucking generator, you have, solar. Like, it's never a bad idea to have solar panels, but a lot of those things, they won't power as much as you'd think they would.
Oh, I know. That's why I said you have to do multiple things. Like one thing is solar panels to do some things, and one to do other stuff. Like in the solar panels too, what I would do, and this is kind of what Tesla kind of does, but this is obviously a more doomsday scenario, is I would take the solar panels and while I had power, they would be charging up these like massive batteries that when things go to shit, like those batteries would just power everything.
Well, that's the thing too. It's like batteries, man. That's the fucking weak spot.
Yep, they still suck.
Like I think I read something where like in some place, I think it was England that was doing this, but like they'll use pumps onto like a dam and they'll pump the water up the dam, and then when the solar's done, it'll go down and it'll like power the dam.
I think of hydro.
Like they use solar panels to go and operate water pumps to pump the water up the stream, and then when it goes, when the night's happening, you'll use that as a form of battery.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I know I forgot the full thing. There's hydro something that's of a type of renewable energy, but I mean,
Hydro, but you need a fucking dam in your fucking house. Or
Yeah.
not your house,
hey, that'd
property.
make a pretty, attraction in your backyard. You don't have a fountain, you have a freaking dam.
That reminds me, dude. I was with my parents it was like a month ago, and there's like you ever see like those fucking beavers, man? Like you ever think like how crazy it is that those little motherfuckers can like make actual dams?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. We used to see
Fuck
some at the lake home of my grandparents.
Like it's just amazing like, how much damage they can do to like an ecological system with their dumbassery. But it's very smart.
Yeah, they can cause a lot of damage.
Yeah, fucking animals, man. So I'm telling you, man,
How did
you
we
need to buy that gun.
how did we get into like survivalist like road warrior?
We've actually done it like for the last couple of weeks. We've actually talked about a lot of like survival shit. Like we were talking about the other day, we were talking about survival food and shit. Like, how like the My Patriot Supply stuff where you can store it and it stores for up to 25 years or some shit. Like it's something that like I mean it makes you sound weird, but it's like, but then again, it's like I don't know what's weird anymore. Like the older I get, the more plausible the weird shit sounds. Like I'm like,
Yeah, well,
Consider too, we're living in a pandemic where people are fighting over toilet paper in stores with empty shelves.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally think the next one, which there will be eventually, is going to be far worse and far deadlier.
yeah. I mean, let me put it this way. Like if you had told me if you had told me 5 years ago that we would, if you had told me 5 years ago that, so like back in 2015, or I guess 2016 now, if you had told me that in 5 years we'll all be wearing masks over our faces, we'll all be working from home and, mandated to work from home and all that, I would have been like, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking out there. And I mean, I think a lot of people would. And yet here we are.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and I think also you can never be too safe or too careful. So always have backup and consider this as the type of people we are. I mean, we're persecuted by big tech. We're persecuted by every pretty much corporation under the sun. When is it going to get to the point, because it's not if, it's a when, that we're going to be the ones not just banned from Twitter, not just banned from Facebook, but banned from banks, banned from stores, banned from PayPal, and moving your money around in any way you can think of. Save up, get ready. It's best to be prepared. When are they gonna? I'm not saying they're gonna ban guns, because that's not gonna happen. But they're gonna make it harder for you to get a gun. It'll be legal, but you said mean tweets, and your employer found that you've said X, Y, and Z in the past, so we've deemed you unsafe and unfit to own a firearm. So, sorry, you can't get one. That's the road we're going down. I mean, we talked about poopy pants earlier, and we laugh a little bit, but think of what the broader repercussions of living in an age where social media has currency.
And in about 10 years, somebody's gonna be like, "Oh, look, Caitlin Bennett, you shit your pants back in I don't know.
Can't trust you with a gun.
I don't know if I can trust you with a firearm."
Do you see that article I posted from fucking Daily Wire of all places, but like apparently they're trying to go and have a race offenders list
Yeah,
registry, like a sex offender list.
Mm-hmm.
I could
You
see
know, if you
it.
get put on there,
Yeah.
you know, if they're gonna put you on there, maybe they'll just go and ban you because they consider you like potentially racist.
Well,
Yeah.
wasn't that kind of what Candace Owens was doing though before she became a right winger?
Yeah, I've looked into that. If you search for God, what's that thing called again? Social. What was it again? Social something.
It's not Social Galactic. That's Vox Days. Stupid. It's something else. Social.
Yeah, I'm looking it
I
up right
I
now on Wikipedia. But yeah, she was doing a thing that was basically like a bulletin board of wanted posters for conservatives that were bullying and doing all kinds of mean things. And I understand if it's coming from a genuine place where it was coming from, but if it's not coming from a genuine place, ooh, that's scary. I'm finding it on here. Was that on Kickstarter? Holy crap. I guess it was. Social Autopsy, that's it.
Oh yeah, Social Autopsy.
And it was around the Gamergate time too. I think it was trying to dox like right wingers involved with Gamergate or something.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean that's one of the reasons why I've kind of been suspicious of Candace Owens for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really weird. How that worked out. I don't know the full details. I'm not accusing her of anything strip. I mean, I've looked into. I think you looked more into it, Alex, but I haven't looked deep enough into to get the truth. But I've been told it was basically a conservative doxing site.
Yeah, she did some weird shit like with that. It's been a while since I looked that up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing too. Is like there's so many of these people. Like we started this about Lauren with so many crazy things that just in like a year, some of the things I've learned about people and that we've all learned about, you quickly lose track of it all.
Yeah.
Any more e-drama or any other crazy things we can mention before we close out?
Mm,
Oh, did you see? This was a funny story that Trump pardoned a gamer. I'm not making this
really?
up. Yeah.
Like the dude who was vaping.
No. It was a dude that took like campaign money and was spending it on Steam.
Oh, I thought that was the guy who was like vaping in Congress too.
Oh, really?
I heard about that.
Maybe it was. It was just a funny headline. Whether it's right or wrong to be pardoned for that, I just thought the headline was funny. Oh my god.
yeah, so, kind of sounds funny.
Yeah. I'm looking through our news section to see if there's anything else interesting. But
12 pack says, I think to me, listen to early metal. 12 pack, who the fuck do you think you're talking to? Of course I listen to early metal.
there you go.
What do you define as early metal?
Well, that's what I want to know. What does 12 pack define as early metal? Like I listen to fucking Iron Maiden. You know, like even going back to the 70s, like I guess some people consider Led Zeppelin metal. I don't know if
I
that
do
would
not.
like
I guess you could say they were like I don't know. I mean, some other stuff maybe, but it's like to call them a metal band. I wouldn't go that far. Maybe they did some metal songs, but
Like King Diamond.
Dude,
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
fucking driving instructor had like a hard on for what was it? That one guy you were talking about, Sean.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, 12 pack. I fucking love Sabbath.
are you talking about Led Zeppelin, Alex?
Yeah, Led Zeppelin. He had like a fucking hard on for like money and shit.
This is nice.
Money, oh, boing.
Oh god.
Zeppelin, that was Pink Floyd.
Close enough.
Does somebody
It
call
was
Pink Floyd a metal band?
Pink Floyd is not metal.
It's called prog rock. Get it right. Whoever called it
progressive.
metal.
he mentioned some other shit. I had so much time with that dude because my parents were afraid to like take me out driving, so they just hired that motherfucker.
What?
They
He
really
was your
didn't
driving
have.
instructor?
Yeah, like they just kept having me go to this driving instructor because my mom was
It
afraid.
was just rock. Like back in those days, it was just rock. There was no genres back in those fucking days. It was like, oh, it was rock, and I think there was like race records. That's how they fucking called.
Race records.
Yeah, that's what R&B used to be called.
Yeah.
They used to be called race records back in the
Oh
day.
god, that's
And like, yeah, like
that's a different
but
meaning
see,
today.
see,
I'm
see
thinking,
these assholes that are like, oh, we're still racist country. Like, you have any idea what kind of fucked up shit was going on in the '60s
Yeah.
and shit? Like, yo, and the kind of world we live in now is like fucking glorious compared to that
You
time.
you want to hear something funny? Is like some black guy called me racist like a few months ago because I don't like rap music.
oh,
Like,
you had that
I've
happen.
gotten that.
right?
Well,
And I'm like, motherfucker, I listen to like R&B and whatnot, and so I started.
no, you always got to tell them, look. So whenever somebody says that, just go with the, well, what do you call rap?
Mm.
Just say that. Just say that anytime anybody's like, "Oh, you don't listen to rap." Well, what do you call rap? Like,
Yeah.
just turn it on them. Like, go, well, what do you call rap? Like,
Yeah, I did
I
that
don't call
another.
that. Don't. And if you tell me Ja rules rap, you're fucking fired.
I did that the second time around.
Did you guys? I know this is off topic, but I'm scrolling through the chats. Did you guys see Don Lemon's Kitchen on New Year's?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, it's fucking weird, man.
There's a little chef statue in there that's kind of racist, might I say?
Oh, apparently it's okay because he's black and he can have little slave boys in his kitchen.
A little blackface slave boy, in particular. I mean, that's what it looked like to me.
Well, he has the same thing. They probably have the same supplier as that fake Indian lady.
Fake Indian lady? Oh,
Yeah,
Pocahontas. Pocahontas, yeah. They're probably
same
pals.
some racist shit in her kitchen too.
Yeah, it's always a cover. It's always a guilty cover when they flaunt as to how not X, Y, and Z they are. But what's funny though is like I was watching the New Year's stream of Times Square. That was the saddest thing ever. And I don't mean sad as in like crying sad, but just pathetic. It was like De Blasio and his wife like hit a ball in a crowd of like a few people, and then the press. And I kind of like this because I think we should keep the press in line. They were kept in like little like cattle cages, like they were walled off by Kia ads in like these little cubicles, and like each one had their own separate one, 6 feet apart. It was silly looking. And then when the countdown clock's up, dude, like I don't think it was like this last time. Like there are ads everywhere, of course, but there was like a freaking Kia ad on the entire thing, like right behind the clock. I'm like screw off. Like I'm an ad major, and that bothers me.
Yeah.
For sure.
Bill de Blasio
He's awful.
might be the worst. He's probably the worst mayor in the history of America. Like, I mean, just awful. Like what an awful fucking mayor.
Oh, I know.
Like, look, you have apparently Andrew Yang is.
Oh, he's run for mayor, yeah.
Trying to run for mayor, and I mean, all he has to do is go, I'm not. At least I'm not Bill de Blasio, and he should be a shoo.
Oh, that reminds me. That reminds me. Thank you for reminding me. I know that we brought up Dave Rubin way back in the beginning of the show. He's speaking of grifters running for office.
Oh boy.
He is supposedly running for governor against Jerry Brown.
What?
No, that can't be real. That's bad.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
What? I need to find this. Dude, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
No. Just no.
Was there a tweet on this? Where'd you see this?
I I think I saw it on Facebook. So
Well, that's when you know it's
um,
fake. I'm kidding, but yeah, Facebook is.
no, I
But I'm not saying it's
no,
not
I
true, but you know, it's Facebook.
no, I
Uh,
well, no, I think it
no.
was from his verified. Or no, it was like one of his YouTube videos. Like, I'm considering running for governor.
Oh God, dude, no! I hate
Just
when it's like when
don't do it.
Shank
Just
did it. It's like no.
say. Like that's like when Cenk Uygur fucking
Weird.
ran for uh Katie Hill's old seat and fucking just got demolished. Like, no, just don't do it. Don't fucking do it.
The
You're hard. Don't fucking do it.
I don't like the idea either, but I know a bunch of Californians who do. And let's face it, they don't really like Dave Rubin either, but also let's be clear. You have to have a really fucking shitty governor if you would vote for Dave Rubin over your oh,
Democrats, or they would not vote for him anymore.
Yeah, he would lose big time. Like that's just so
Well,
strategically
well, I mean,
stupid.
well, I mean, I don't like California is so corrupt. I don't. Who's to say that they're never like? Who's to say that they don't use these fucked up voting machines and shit too? Like
oh yeah, they probably do.
it's. I mean, we are living in a world now where we know that this corrupt shit is going on, and it's eye opening. It's eye opening, and it's like, well, what do we do? What do we do now? And it's like, well, like everybody's paying attention to these fucking Georgia runoffs. Like, how the fuck are you? How do you expect to run a Georgia runoff with the same bullshit that was used to run the last sketchy election just a couple weeks ago? Like, I'm there's. It just bothers me. It just bothers me that people are this fucking stupid to just buy into it. Like, oh well, I guess nothing's wrong here. Well, it's like, oh, the eyes. They're like, oh well, the eyes are on Georgia this time. Like, really? Like the eyes are more on them than the presidential fucking election, right? Like, I'm. The logic is just terrible. I don't know. Just yeah.
I
By
think I
the- yeah,
found
and-
the video you were talking about. It
Fucking
sounds like a
He just
clickbait
wants
headline,
to
so I
get
don't know.
fucking-
don't.
He wants to get attention. That's
Yeah,
why.
he's just it's the worst thing ever. It's no, just stop. Just I would rather him do stand-up comedy again than run for fucking governor of California. Okay? And I hated his stand-up. So just,
Steven Crowder can't do fucking stand-up comedy either. I'm sorry, but like his stand-up is god awful.
I mean it's an art. Like stand-up comedy is an art. Like I mean not everybody can do it. You know?
Hey look, I can't do stand-up comedy. I do sit-down comedy instead. So
All right.
I was
I'll
still
be your
funnier
all
than all
fucking
of
week,
Dave Rubin's
folks.
jokes
Yeah,
ever.
that right there, that little line right there was funnier than anything that came out of Dave Rubin's mouth.
He's just-
Funnier than it's funnier than anything
Yeah,
that
that was meant to be a dirty joke too. Like, okay, anyway,
oh,
go
I
for
just
it.
realized that.
it's funny. It's funnier than anything that has come out of Owen's mouth, too. Of course, that's not saying much.
Dude, I mean, Dave Rubin. Could you imagine being on that show now and him trying to, like, you know, sell you on his governor run? Like, yeah, I'm very qualified to be California's governor because I live here. I pay taxes. I know how bad it is. So vote for me. I mean, I'm Dave Rubin. You know me. You watch me on YouTube.
The regressive left.
Oh
That's like his favorite catchphrase. The left is no longer progressive; they're regressive.
Wow. Thank you for that
Like-
insight,
like-
Dave Rubin.
I don't understand how a stand-up comedian can become that fucking milquetoast boring. on his shit. Like I'm just like, yeah, you see these interviews and it's just like boring. It's fucking boring. Like
Yeah.
you like
It,
oh
it,
They used to be good. They used to be good because he'd have good guests on, but now he
yeah.
doesn't.
the only good guest he's had on for like the last year is honestly, in my opinion at least, Dennis Miller. But of course, that's because I'm literally a, a DMZ member.
DMZ.
So Dennis Miller zone.
Mm.
Not the demilitarized zone.
Speaking
good acronym.
speaking of, I am kind of happy. I mean, people complain, but Dennis Miller retired at the end of last year.
Hmm.
He was like, "Nope, I don't have anything more to add, so I'm
That's
not gonna
good. I
like
mean, it's
people."
good that he's going out that way rather than like dragging it out or being like, "Hey guys, remember me?" You know, I don't have much to say, but I'm gonna try saying stuff anyway. Like, at least he's being, modest about it.
He,
Like, yeah,
he's like I'm 67. I don't want to ride this into the fucking barn like the Rolling Stones
oof,
did, and I want to travel the world, and also showbiz is fucking overrated. So
It's horrible. I mean, sure. Look, like the entertainment industry has just become disgusting. I mean, it's always been disgusting, but even more so now. Like I can't imagine. I couldn't have. I don't know. I would hate being famous. Like I would hate being famous like that. Like that would just.
mm,
I
well
don't
the
know. I just.
well the few times I did tell him, the few times I did talk to Dennis, I remember one time I asked him, I'm like, so Dennis, do you have any stand-up advice for me? He goes, what? He goes, babe, kid, you think I'm gonna give you a fucking stand-up advice so you can kill the lions? Fuck off with that shit. But I'll tell you what, you ought to stick to that podcasting thing, babe. You're pretty good at it. So
he actually say that.
I, I'm I'm kind of doing a quasi impression, but yeah, that
Yeah,
is kind of what he said.
That's
yeah,
So,
funny.
you know,
that's funny.
I
but
like when people
it's
like
like
subvert your expectations because like you'll ask for something and they'll like this is a small thing, but I remember when I was at CPAC and I saw Nuance Bro there, the YouTuber. I was like,
Hmm.
"Hey, you Nuance Bro?" He's like, "No, I get that a lot though." And then he's like, "No, just kidding, I am." I was like, it gets you off guard at first. He's just like, "No, no, I'm not him." It's like you get those people that do that because they probably get these questions like 50 million times, and they're just like, "How do I make this one a bit more different than the last, or how do I have some fun with this one?"
Like the truly great ones. Like if you're gonna be a really great stand-up comic, it's like you gotta. It's first off, it's like art, anything art form. You gotta start young. Like you look at some of the greatest. You look at some of the best stand-up comics ever. Like they started young. Like look, Dave Chappelle, Louis C.K., like all these guys. They started really, really young, and they just worked on their craft. They just kept doing it. Like
Yeah.
and then and the first decade they were doing it, they weren't really that good. Like I mean, I remember some of Dave Chappelle's earliest stuff. It wasn't really that good. It just, but you keep working at it. You try a joke here or there, and if it doesn't work, whatever. And if it does work, great. And then and you kind of keep going at it. Like Joe Rogan, right? Joe Rogan, he like when he first started doing it, it was kind of funny, but it wasn't that funny. But you keep working on it, and then and then you read the crowd, you understand, like you get a feel for the venue, and
Mm-hmm.
you have your joke setups with the punchlines, and you have your beginning stuff, and then you end it with a finale. There's there's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot of moving parts that go into it, and it really is an art form. And I, like I respect the really good ones, like the really good ones. I don't like.
Yeah.
I mean, like Amy Schumer. I'm like, oh my god, I hate you. I hate you so much.
Yeah.
And it comes down to, I mean, it's simply all in what you're describing is, and I know there's more too, but like a simple way for I tell anybody that's doing anything to start off, and this because this is what I do, and it's become extremely useful. It's just simply, Scott Adams calls it A/B testing. I just simply call it like testing. You know, you try something out. If it works, keep it. If it doesn't work, throw it out or maybe rework it or something. You know, get a feel for stuff and see what works. Because sometimes, you know, you gotta be careful with that though, because I know if comedy it's a much easier thing to do, because if it works it works, if it doesn't it just fucking doesn't. But like some things like movies, you know, or music, or or even books, you can't tell me a million stories of people that were told this is trash and then it wanted to sell a million copies. You know, they'll get rejected a million times and then they get their breakthrough and then it's published and it sells a million copies like Harry Potter. But there's a lot of things like comedy is a great example, which I always thought is almost like a luxury or a not really a luxury, but like a really useful sort of quick response that you can get from it. They can't get from a lot of things. Like a book, you gotta freaking read the whole thing. With comedy, you just get up there on the mic, you tell a joke, if people laugh, they laugh. They don't, they don't. You can move on right from there and learn
Yeah,
stuff.
but yeah, that's starting to get fucked over though because of the cancel culture.
Yeah, I mean that's honestly, is it me or is Louis kind of like, I mean I don't follow him too closely, but when he came back after getting canceled, like did you read some of those jokes he was saying in like private, you know, stand up
Oh,
routines?
I I listened to some of his leaked material.
You like
Yeah,
I mean, is it me or did it make him like fucking edgier and
well,
funnier
well, no,
getting
he's always.
canceled?
I don't know. I mean, he's always really been like that. Like I've seen, like if you ever seen him, like especially like if you see him, um, like at a regular show. Like if you see him at a regular show, that's exactly what Louis C.K. does.
Okay,
That is
yeah.
exactly what he does. And I'm telling you, like for me, like I went and seen him. The I saw him one time in DC, and it was like you had about the show was only supposed to be like about 45 minutes to an hour. He ended up staying there for like an hour and a half,
Oh, that's
and it
awesome.
was just funny. It was just I was crying laughing so hard. It was like it was
Yeah, his
easily probably my favorite stand-up night ever. Like it was
Wow.
just amazing.
Warf Warfist in the chat brings up a good point. He says Louis C.K. went back to his roots with his newer stand-up special, which yes, I 100% agree. As a longtime Louis fan, and yes, folks, I know, shocker, I'm a Louis fan, but you know what? Well, actually, for those who have been around, you know I'm a Louis fan, but you know, to the first time viewers, yes, I know he whacks off big. So what? He's funny.
Yeah. I mean,
You ain't
most
raping
people,
anyone.
like most people, most people have their fucking thing, and he mentions that in his stand-up, right? Most people have their fucking thing that's like a weird proclivity, right?
Especially these
Some
people.
like and yeah, the more like and you gotta think like these stand-up comedians have probably come up from wildish upbringings, right? Where it's like some weird, wild kind of upbringing, not maybe not in a good way. Like you're gonna collect some things here and there, and it's like for him, it's you know having women watch him whack off. Okay, what like
You ain't rape
I
anyone.
mean, yeah,
You know,
I don't
that's the
know, just
difference. They lump him in, like, that's the thing I didn't like about Me Too when it was getting to its, like, climax to. That's a terrible phrase to use.
No, no, no. That's a perfect phrase, Sean. That is that that is a perfect phrase.
I just came out. I didn't plan that. I wasn't even kidding when I said, "Well, that's not the word I should have used there." But when it came to its climax and when it was like going near the end there, like you were getting just people lumped in with everyone, and it's like
Yeah.
Louis was one of them, and Z's and Sario guy too. Like those were the two that were like, okay, little weird, maybe would rub me the wrong way, but like to throw him in with Harvey Weinstein and the rape gang
Yeah.
and the Kevin Spaceys of the world, like, are you kidding me? It's not. It's objectively not even close. It's not the same
Bill,
thing.
Bill Burr had a great rant about Me Too early on. In fact, I'll try and send you the clip after we get done with the show because it's unbelievable. But he basically says, and this is like Me Too at this point is like it hasn't been around for that long, but it's been around like long enough. But basically he says that basically now Me Too is lumping in like every guy who has, like ever looked at like Playboy magazine with like Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah.
Like there's absolutely no like there are no degrees to this thing. It's like, it's like, usually when we assign jail times, like we give people, certain jail time for like robbery, petty theft, like misdemeanor crimes. But now it would be just like we're just giving everyone the same exact, penalty for, rape and murder, so to speak. So
Yeah, it's like Me Too started off as a thing that we all agreed on as a society. Like, yeah, these people are screwed up. Let's expose them and get rid of them. But it became a monster that really is what gave birth to cancel culture. That's
well,
really when the cancel culture as we know it today kind of came about.
Think about this for a sec too. Fucking Jerry Seinfeld, who is Mr. Clean, got canceled partially because he said that Me Too had gone too far, which he's absolutely right about,
Yeah.
first of all. But think about that. Jerry Seinfeld, who is pretty much loved by anyone who loves comedy, got got shit on for criticizing the Me Too movement. So
Yeah, he's like one of the most non-offensive comedians, and it doesn't. Again, the
what
line doesn't matter. It's just if we don't like you,
what
you're gone.
what's the deal with the laundry detergent?
Yeah.
Like that, like
Yeah, it's like, why does popcorn pop? Why does all? What's the deal?
Can I submit a hot take? I don't like Jerry Seinfeld. I don't think he's funny.
It's an acquired taste.
Yeah.
I never fucking saw the fucking Seinfeld show when it was hot, so I don't know, man.
you need to watch Curb Your Enthusiasm is better, I think.
Oh yeah, with
Yeah.
what's his name? That was the
Well,
writer on
well,
Seinfeld.
yeah. Like, look,
Like,
Larry David is like, it was the guy that made the Seinfeld show. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a difference between the Seinfeld show and then Jerry Seinfeld stand up. There, you see a lot of Larry David, who's another funny guy too. But like, yeah, he was the guy. He was the central guy to a lot of the Seinfeld show, and then of course
this
Well,
went
didn't they
and did
end it
Curb
once
Your-
he left the show?
um
Didn't they end the show
base
once he left?
basically, I mean,
basically.
they went on for like two more seasons without
Yeah.
him, but like people don't even count that because they were bad. But yeah, Larry David is pretty much George in Seinfeld, like
Mm-hmm.
literally.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of fucking elitists bitching about shit. You know what does the common man have anything to deal with that? You know.
Kind of reminds me of real life New York though, to be honest.
Well, yeah, but like, why do I give a shit about New York? They're a bunch of fucking elitists bitching about their stupid problems. You know.
I
They
mean,
ain't living the real world.
there really is, like with New York, there really is like, it's like there's like a class war. There's a real class warfare going on because you if you actually go to New York, there's a lot of awesome people there. Like there's a lot of
Trump.
awesome people in New York, but there's there's a lot of rich pricks out there too. Like it's very
It's the
How
most
the
American city ever.
How do you live? No, I don't know about that. Like, see, there's two Americas out there. You know, you have your New York and then you have your Texas, and both of them are equally American, but both of them are fucking opposite.
That's a good
Right?
point.
You have your like right wing like fucking Second Amendment patriot America, then you have your like gay pride like super liberal fucking pussy America. And they're
Well,
both
that's the New York of
No.
today.
No,
no,
that
they're both uniquely
that's
American. Like you don't see that shit in other like it first came over here like America is as much like gun-toting fucking cowboy as it is like gay pride, fucking like socialism bullshit. Like they
yeah,
both fucking America, but they're both like completely opposite of each other.
yeah, and if you're the Tiger King or whatever his name is, you get fucking both.
Yeah.
Well, he's not like well, he's gay, but he's not a socialist. He's like a libertarian's wet dream.
He is. He's
But
every
like
libertarian in a nutshell. I still love that meme that you found, Alex. It's like what libertarians think they are, Ron Swanson, what libertarians actually are, Joe Exotic. It's the most accurate thing ever.
it fucking is.
Yeah.
Like New York, I don't know how people live there if they're making less than like 100 grand a year. Like
They don't.
it is one of the most
They
expensive,
don't.
but some people do.
Some do, and they struggle. Like I remember when my aunt was living there, like she had an expense. Like her apartment was nothing, and it was freaking insanely expensive. Like more expensive than any apartment here. So her job, yeah, had a decent pay. You'd be like, wow, that's
But
a lot of money you're making. No, it all goes out the
buying a
window. What was that?
getting a fucking haircut there is like $60.
What?
Well, it depends where you go to too, because I come from a long line of hairdressers, and like even over like Maryland and shit. You know, if you go to a nice place, like especially women, man, like they'll
They spend a
Oh crap!
lot on their hair.
Did we?
Dude, we had
Yeah.
a whole. Speaking of Jeff, actually, when I did a world in conversation for Sam's class, one was all on hair, and we got into the part about how much like it costs for men to cut their hair and women. Women literally spend like double what men
Yep,
will.
I
they
think
choose
the
to.
They do.
Like,
They say it's like a pink tax. No, you guys choose
I
to.
think the audio just derped on Discord.
Oh, I'm hearing
I,
it fine.
I can hear you.
But anyway, folks.
I think Sam lost us.
yeah, no, but what I was saying about that hair, man.
That hair, man.
That'll do it for tonight's stream, I guess.
I guess he'll log off, and then we can talk about hair.
We could still hear him.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can still hear him too. I
I
think
can boot him.
No,
Bye,
man, but I
Sam.
had that issue. Like I had that conversation with my girlfriend today actually about shoes.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, like yeah, we were talking about that because she was like, "Oh, these women's shoes are so expensive." I'm like, "Yeah, these like women's boots are like way more expensive than men's." I was like, "Yeah, because women choose to pay more for it.
Yes.
That's It's not like some insidious tax. People
Yeah.
like
The
women.
pink tax is a lie.
You know, it's gonna sound bad, but women tend to be more. They care more about their appearance than most men do.
Of
Like
course. That's why they
women
look
will
prettier half the time.
they will pay out the ass to have their like pedicures and manicures and like I had a fucking pedicure once. My fucking girlfriend paid for it. It was like a joke, but like
Nice.
you know, yeah, like dude, my fucking feet. I felt so bad for that Asian lady. Like she had to go like get a fucking cheese grater.
That's
to my
how I was. That's
Yeah.
how I was when I did. That was the same. That was the same thing I felt like. Holy shit! Because I like my feet. My feet have been through hell, like fucking deployments and combat boots
Oh,
and fucking years of shit. Like, yeah, I was like, I feel bad for the fucking people that had to clean up my fucking feet.
And then they
Holy
gotta
shit!
smell it. Oh.
I gave them nice tips. They had to go and take
Yeah.
a fucking cheese grater. They just went at it.
I
Like,
mean, I take better care of my feet now, but like, shit. You
Yeah.
think younger Pluffy Phil was gonna fucking like no, it was like 12-mile ruck marches in 3 hours and shit. Like fuck, no, my feet were brutalized in my younger years, man. Like
Dude, my fucking feet, man. That there's so much cheese on that shit. The fucking Chuck E. Cheese would have a fucking ball with that, dude. I got like 12 cheese pizzas and pepperoni and other shit in there with all the fucking scabs and stuff.
Good thing he's out of business now.
Dude, yeah, that's probably how they make their fucking pizza. Like aside from like making these zombie
God.
like mix match pizzas, they're just gonna use the fucking toe cheese.
Not to go on a tangent, but just ever thought made me think of something. I'm surprised the Pizzagate people, to my knowledge, never went down the rabbit hole of children, Chuck E. Cheese, pizza. Wait, what? What do we got going on here?
Oh
Dude,
God,
fucking
Sean.
there's other shit too. Like it's a fucking kid It's basically the fucking casino for kids. It's a mouse casino
yeah,
Yes.
for
Yeah.
kids.
And then EA one up them with loot boxes for kids.
I don't know, but like Chuck E. Cheese, they were the OG with that. Like you were like, I don't even remember being there too much. But I remember being there a few times. It's like
Yeah,
it's fucking gambling,
it is.
and it's okay if you do it for like bullshit prizes. But heaven forbid you do it on like it. There's a lot of stuff like that too. Like fucking those trading card games. Like that's that's OG loot boxes too. Because what you get.
Yeah, pretty much is a literal loot box.
Like it's worse. You get like your fucking Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh cards. It's like, which one am I gonna get today? Am I gonna get like some bullshit like Charmander? Am I gonna get like fucking I don't know, fucking Charizard with the golden thing on the back that's worth like 20 grand now?
And it was kind of pay to win because you couldn't play Pokemon without the cards, so you had to buy them unless you stole them from your brother or found them in the sewer or something. I don't know.
Oh no, trading card games were entirely pay to win. That's the whole point. People like, why are people okay with that? But and I'm not saying it's okay for games, dude. I fucking hate when games do. But
No,
like,
abolish loot boxes. They should be banned. If I were running for president, I'd run on banning loot boxes.
fuck that, ban trading card games because they're just as bad and they're for kids. They're aimed directly at kids, a form of gambling.
Yes.
Like I was playing fucking RuneScape. And they're like, "Oh, the dual arena is just gambling for kids." I'm like, so
Based.
is Pokemon. People go and get their fucking Pokemon cards, and then you go and buy them. Like, oh, what am I gonna get? And it's like the fucking skins in what you call it, Counter Strike. It's the same fucking thing. You try to go and collect the cards, but it's wrong if it's virtual. But they're both like it's a piece of paper or a bunch of fucking ones and zeros.
You know
Like,
what's
it's
funny
both
too is the loot boxes will use literal cards most of the time. Like when they come out of the box, it's a literal cards on the screen.
Yeah, because it's the original loot box. Then even before then, you had your stupid like pinball machines. Like my grandfather. He was telling me he was, back in the day, he was really bad, like an addict with those pinball machines in the arcades back in the day. So I'm like, yeah, 'cause it's fucking gambling.
I wouldn't call that gambling because that's pay to play, not pay to win.
It's still addictive though. It's like a slot machine. You get all those like little shiny bits.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're not playing a game of chance. Like there is skill involved with you hitting the little things, to hit the ball. I mean, it does have some elements. So I see what you mean, but for loot box, it's different because I mean, they can engineer those things to be more addicting than any video game. Like the actual game, like or even any card game or anything, because of the way they design it with all the dopamine hitting visuals and the mystery element, and you get stuff that makes you win half the time.
Well, yeah, but that's what the fuck are you like those Yu-Gi-Oh cards and like Magic the Gathering. Like I knew this, like my friend, fucking Dylan, and like they know this one motherfucker.
Hey guys, real quick, I am going to go grab a beer real quick.
All right.
I'm not doing what you think I'm doing, Kevin.
Oh, what's Kevin thinks in the chat?
Yeah, Kevin. Well, my old stream crashed, so I had to start a new one.
Well, I have to review a message that Kevin is going to send that says the asshole licking king show. Hot. I'll end our stream soon, but continue your rant on cards.
No, I know this one motherfucker, and like my friend Dylan did too. He used to live in the middle of a hallway, and he'd spend all this money on
What?
weed and Magic the Gathering cards,
Oh
and like
god, this is
he was
why
an
he's in the
adult,
hallway.
and he that's what he would do. He like jack off in the kitchen because he had nowhere else to go. People live like
Well,
they get addicted to those fucking cards, like adults even.
Yeah. No,
It
I
hits
knew
different.
people in elementary school that had binders full of them. And I would be like, I never got into it. Like, I got like one or two packs because I initially thought it was cool. And then when I got them, I was just like, whatever. It's like nobody to play it with. And then, like, I didn't know how to play it. I never got into that. I'm
I
glad I
never knew how to
didn't.
fucking play the game. I like collecting those cards because they look cool. Like that's what the fuck
Well,
I
that's the
was
draw, yeah. And that's how I initially, like, got whatever first ones I did. Do you remember Crazy Bones? I think they were called.
crazy bones. What the fuck is this?
I forget exactly what they were called, but it was something like that. They were like these little plastic things. I think it was Crazy Bones, yeah. And the game was you'd like set
Was it
them up. What?
was it Mighty Beans?
No, I think it was Crazy Bones. I'm gonna Google it. You would set them up like on a floor or table, and then you take your finger and do like a flicking motion with your thumb and your first finger, and you like flick them and hit them. So they would you try to hit your friends, Crazy Bones, and knock them over. And if you hit them, eventually like you'd win if you knocked them all down. And like there were different shapes, and some of them you could put in different like ways you could hit them. Like some could lay down, some had to stand up. I remember collecting those because like that was such a huge thing in my elementary school. Everybody play them at lunch and do all kinds of shit. And I got a few from like a friend who would buy them, and it was like a drug deal. I'd like buy them off of her. I'd be like, oh, you got some Crazy Bones, and buy like a pack. And I got like a couple packs, and I was like, oh, this is kind of cool, and it died off.
We had the fucking Beyblades, man. I remember that shit.
I
It was
remember those
basically
too.
Major League like dreidel competitions. Wonder who's behind that one, but like it
Ben
was so
Shapiro
fucking
probably has them as a sponsor.
like it was so fucking stupid. He just spun tops, but like it was like that trading card game thing. It's like, oh, we need to be competitive. It's like Pokemon Battle with a fucking top, and they put like metal bits on some of them. It was so fucking stupid, but like they attract kids, and the thing is too. They don't have a television show like they had that fucking anime television show with the Beyblades people, and then they
Fucking
sell the
anime.
fucking Beyblades on there. It's like
Yeah, that's how they
that,
get you.
that's fucked up. Like with YouTube, you're not supposed to do that sort of stuff. Like you're not supposed to advertise your shit to kids. Like I think Logan Paul got some shit for that, but the fucking television did that shit.
Yeah, I think that was
And it used to
something.
be illegal.
Yeah, I think Reagan changed that, if I'm not mistaken.
Fucking libertarian bullshit. But like that, like that to me that seems unethical. Like when you have your Pokemon show and then you sell your fucking Pokemon cards and fucking Pokemon games like that. Like you shouldn't be able to go and sell it during the fucking show. And Beyblades is bad with that. Yu-Gi-Oh was really bad with that. So just selling you off of this like fucking scam card game, like gambling addiction. And
Yeah.
nobody mentions that whenever they mention the loot box problem, and I feel like that's not fair because that is just as damaging, if not more so, than these loot boxes. And it's just going on. Like, I wonder how much money is spent on these bullshit card games.
Well, the difference with the loot boxes, though, and I know the like phones have, prevented some of this in certain ways, but parents give their and this has happened. Like I think Alex Jones it happened to, or somebody famous happened to. It's kind of funny, but like, they give their kid their phone and they start playing the game. And it's like, oh, you got to pay 99 cents to unlock this, and the kid goes click and it does it. I mean, my phone, you have to have, a lot of iPhones, you have to use a thumbprint or a face to unlock, pay for something. But some of these parents would just let kids pay for shit, and that was the problem with those things. Was it was much easier for kids to buy stuff. It was way more accessible. I mean, with the trading cards, yeah, I do agree with you. Like, it is relevant to that conversation, but you would have to go to a store to pick them up or get them off a friend, which requires a parent either way.
Or you
So
steal the fucking money from like your parents' like wallet when they're not looking.
you could, but it's way easier to just go on the phone, boom, do it.
Well, and some of that too is these boomer parents like not knowing how to like
Exactly.
set up their shit.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
to be fair though, I got busted for that. Well, it's like my parents like put their credit card on the fucking Xbox.
Oh no.
I got busted for like buying the horse armor pack from like Oblivion or whatever. I was like, oh shit.
That's funny. I posted the Crazy Bones thing in Chad's chat. Yeah, it was Crazy Bones. I remember that shit really well.
Did you not? I never had that shit. Like that was never popular. Like we
It was
had Might
insane at my
Blades,
school.
had Beyblades, Pokemon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
There's something too I learned in my ag class, but I forget what the specifics are. But there are some ways that you can't advertise to kids. But like they obviously get around it somehow. There's some weird rules with that. I'd have to look into it, but it's kind of interesting. There's certain things you can't do.
Yeah, but like I don't know, man. It just felt so fucked up because like all
It is.
these kids shows have like shit you can buy from it.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't like that. Like they all have their own marketing thing. Like even if they don't advertise Beyblades, like the products on the show, like the next show, like might be like Pokemon afterwards, then they give a Beyblade commercial. If you're gonna watch the same fucking Saturday morning block, you're gonna see that shit, and like it's not very hard to go and see Beyblades is this shit when it's on your Cartoon Network or wherever the fuck it is.
Mm-hmm.
And like think about that too. It's like pretty much every kids cartoon show has like, at least like back when I was a kid, they all had like these fucking like stuff you could buy from it. Like they all had some sort of merchandise. Like they didn't just have kids shows that were just kids shows. Like maybe now they do, maybe it changed. But when I was a kid, like they do fucking Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, all this other stuff, and they were all like heavily like advertised either for their like action figures like GI Joe and stuff, or their card games, or their Beyblades, or what have you. They were all had shit that you could go and spend tons of money on too. And then the other thing, I forget what it was, but there was these like robots. I don't know if it was battle bots, but there was something. My aunt gave me this toy for Christmas, and you had to go and have like multiple of these things to go and like actually fight each other. And the one robot was like $100, but then you need like the other one. So I put like my parents in a bind where like I couldn't even play them unless I had the other one. So it's like, they find ways to fuck you over with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's also consider how advertising at that age is rewiring these kids' brains. Like from a young age, it's basically turning them into gamblers. It's getting them addicted to things. I would be really interested. I don't know how you'd study this, but to see like if there was a kid that wasn't exposed to any advertising, a kid that was, and how that changed them.
Oh, yeah, no, it's terrible. And then they even have these games now. Like I was at Walmart, there's this thing called Kapong that's basically beer pong for kids.
Oh, I've seen that. Yep.
Like, how is that okay? Like they have all these things which, kids really shouldn't be being exposed to. Like, and the only thing that people even mention is like the loot boxes, which thankfully now have largely gone away from most games. Like,
yeah, even the new Halo game, they literally explicitly said we're not doing loot boxes. Halo Infinite, because there is such an animosity towards
guys,
that.
I'm back.
Oh, Sam's alive.
Bitching about, we're talking about Halo now with
loot boxes or without them now, because it was like that. People would bitch about. I remember people bitching about, but when Battlefront 2 came out, that was the breaking point. There were literally congressional hearings over loot boxes. That's how bad it got. I think people forget just how bad that was.
Well, dude, they had that one, like, they say that game was terrible, but the worst one was that, like, Lord of the Rings game. It was a single player only game that still had loot boxes in it.
Yeah.
Like why? And like back in the day too, like they had DLC back then. That was annoying, but like at least you got content. Like with loot boxes, it was just like microtransactions. Like that's the worst thing. Like that's
why you were getting from it.
And that's why I hate about smartphone games. It's like why I don't really play any smartphone games is because they're all riddled with microtransactions. Like you remember back in the day when you had like games like Angry Birds and like Plants vs Zombies, like the original ones that didn't have microtransactions.
And you had to pay for them, but now you don't have to pay for them. But once you get the app, you have to pay for all the microtransactions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's what I always warn people. Like the free games are not really
Yep.
free.
They're either harvesting your data, or I don't want to say harvesting. They're stealing your data, or they're microtransactions filled through the whole thing. And in most cases, it doesn't bother me too much if it's like they're not stealing your data with their microtransactions. Because in some games, like Plants vs Zombies 2, I remember, I was able to do the full thing without a single microtransaction, but they would always prod you like, "Oh, you can skip ahead a few levels if you pay us like 5 shekels." And I'm like, "No, sorry, I'll just play the game." Radical concept.
Well, I just rather play the fucking game. Like there are some of them that make it so like I think there was a Family Guy game or one of those stupid ones. It was like Farmville. Like they
Like
have
the
so many.
Simpsons game.
Yeah, they have all those games that are the same fucking concept. It's like,
Yeah.
oh look, there's this franchise that you have.
Yeah.
Here you can go and like you spend, you can go and do all this stuff, but like you have to go and wait, or you pay us whatever microcurrency they have in here, and we can just skip that. And it
Yeah.
starts out where you can do all this stuff at once and becomes gradually longer and longer and more grindy to even get anything basic done. Like I think I remember seeing an article there, they had some sort of like My Little Pony game. It was the same sort of concept, but it would take you like 1,000 years if you didn't pay for microtransactions to actually complete it. And like as
Yeah.
funny as it is to fuck with the brony community, like that's that's pretty fucked up. Like I think stuff like that should be discouraged, if not banned.
Yeah. No, I was actually watching a video recently by, again, the Ackman guy on the history of loot boxes, because, I mean, I remember the Battlefront 2 thing very well, because I think I was telling you about it, Alex, when it was happening.
Dude, I had that when it was happening. I fucking hated it.
Yeah, I know, but I was telling you about the anger that was coming out about the loot boxes and that Reddit post from EA that like set off a firestorm. I remember telling you about that. I don't know if you like already knew about it, but like I remember talking about it was my point I was trying to make. But because yeah, you did play the beta and get the full thing, but I didn't know too much about the stuff that came before. Like I'd heard about season passes, I'd heard about paying for Xbox Live. I've known microtransactions very well, but he was going over the full history of like pretty much money in games and going to what we have now. And it seems like what things are going towards is what Fortnite has, is this battle pass or something it's called. I don't know too much about it. I have to look into it.
Yeah, Battle Pass.
Yeah.
Call of Duty Mobile, which I play, actually has
How's
like
that
a
too?
certain thing.
Yeah. Well, how does it work?
Well, basically, like it's not that bad actually on Call of Duty Mobile, but basically what it is like they they do like a theme like every like 2 or 3 months or so.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
like with Fortnite doing Mandalorian right now.
And what they'll do is they'll give you like an exclusive like weapon, and then you can get like an exclusive like set of perks for like $10, and that's like the season pass.
Okay. Yeah.
Mobile one, like I know Modern Warfare on the PC. You don't have to pay for anything. You can if you want to like unlock the weapons like faster or easier, but like you can still get everything that's not cosmetic. Like
that's what I've heard that's happened to a lot of things, especially in reaction to those loot boxes. But he was listing all the games that had them at the time. It's like every fucking game, every major game had them in some way. And like just listening to all of it and seeing what had been happening to video games, it's really sad, because it started off, for a while it was something that was like artistic and interesting and innovative, and then people would kind of mock video games like, oh, it's just a waste of time, they're not art, they're just a waste of time, blah blah blah. And then now it's like it's gotten to a point where there's still the artisticness there, but it's like in a cloud of greed and just slimy, disgusting, corporate crap that it's just really gross, honestly. You don't. Could you imagine that was in a movie? Like, oh, you have to pay $5 to see the last episode, or not last episode, the last 30 minutes of this movie. I mean, yeah, you have to pay for episodes and stuff on like iTunes, but it's just on another level with these games. It's just really gross. Just having it there is just gross. Knowing that there's like this shit there, it's annoying as hell. You know, I miss those games where it's just none of that. Like when I play like Battlefront 2, the original, there's not a $sign in that game. It's just straight up the game.
When it came out, they did have I know there was at least one expansion pass, or expansion that came out for it for the Xbox Live version, like for the Xbox original. But and that one might have actually been free after a while. Like they used to do that on Xbox, like in Halo 2. They had a map pack that came out. Like if you waited like a few months, they'd give it to you for free.
Yeah.
Or and then they used to have games, and you would just get the game, and you didn't
and
have
it
to
would
go
work. It would work.
And now it's like not only are you paying like $60 for a game, but you also have to go and pay for either expansions or like DLC. And like that's the thing too. Like back in the day, like when Halo 2 had an expansion pack, and like they actually released it as a separate disc, and like I think it was like $40, but you actually got a lot of content for it. And then fucking Oblivion, they had both the best and the worst, because like the worst was a fucking horse armor pack that did nothing, but it was cosmetic. But the best
Is that
one
the thing you spent money on?
Yeah, I bought all the expansions. I got it for PC with the Game of the Year edition, and it had like this one expansion in there. It was like the Shivering Isles, and that was probably like one of the best expansions. Like it was a full-on other story, a huge new area. Like, and then it went from that to these more microtransactions instead of just like, and that happened once the internet became more ubiquitous and higher speed, when you could download shit off the internet a lot quicker. You used to be able to go and like, you would not be able to go and buy an expansion pack unless you got it from the fucking store, or if you were like really great and really great internet. But now once the internet became fast enough, you could download DLC that was like, maybe it's just a couple of maps. That became maybe just one map, maybe it's just a weapon, and it becomes like smaller and smaller, and the price goes down, but then you have to go and buy more of it, or you buy the fucking season pass, which is the price of a whole nother game.
Well, that's the thing. Gaming really changed once it got hooked up to the internet. Once the Xbox got on the internet, once the PlayStation got on the internet, that's when all this shit changed. Oh, we don't have to ship a full game. We can fix it post-launch. Day 1 DLC. Day 1 patch. Day 6 patch,
Yeah, but at the same time. But at the same time, they kind of fucked themselves up because, like, I remember like DLC was like, I remember back in the day when DLC was like, you had a complete game, but DLC was like, you got all this extra cool shit that like you didn't need but was cool to have. So like that's why people would have DLC, and like people are okay with that. And now it's like DLC is required to have almost. And so now people don't. It's like, why did they fuck themselves over? Like that's ultimately a case of, don't break a good thing. It's not broke, don't fix it.
Well, see, that's the problem with DLC though, and I did notice that. Like, let's say you're playing Call of Duty, and they had a new map pack that came out. If you don't have that map pack, like you're splitting up. Like if you have map packs, you split up the community based on who does, and that's a problem.
That's why I am actually really interested, and I really like what Halo's gonna do with Infinite, which is that it's kind of gonna become, bear with me on the analogy, Fortnite, because while Fortnite is what it is, the one thing that Halo is kind of doing like they're doing is they're going to make it kind of like a service, in the sense that like, hey, you pay your $60, you have the Halo game with the base campaign and base multiplayer. But the good thing is, this is going to be the Halo for the next 10 years. So when we get new maps for multiplayer, when we get new campaigns, instead of having to buy another game, you just download it, I hope for free. Sounds like it's going to be free. And it's kind of like getting like a new season of a TV show. It's like, you're not, like you said, like you're, like that's the problem with Call of Duty. Every year it's a new freaking Call of Duty with a new multiplayer, new campaign, new game, new disc, new everything. You literally are splitting people up over like 4 or 5 games. Your friend has this one, but you don't. I personally think the Halo new formula is going to be really successful if they do it right. I think initially they're going to probably have some issues and it's going to be like patch after patch, but I think long term it's going to be a really smart way to go. And it sounds like Modern Warfare kind of is doing this already, but I don't, there's been talks of a Modern Warfare 2, but if they
Well, they
do it
already
like
have
how Halo's going to do it, I think it'd be smart.
they already have a Modern Warfare 2, but it's a different
Well,
game.
not the old one. I'm talking about like a new.
They made the remastered version.
Yeah, I know, but they didn't make like a reboot version like this one is, the one you have.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm just concerned because like that's the other thing I kind of missed too. Is like back in Halo 3, you played on the original Xbox 360. Like, if you want to go and customize your character, you can, but like you had to fucking earn it. Now it's just like, oh, you have that season pass, and that's how you
Yeah.
customize your character. And like, I mean, it's a small thing, but like I used to, I got that fucking recon in that game, and that was like the Vidmaster challenges, and that was a pain in the ass. That was actually really difficult. Only like X amount of people actually got it, but I fucking did. I did all those fucking things. Like, and it was difficult. And I got my helmet that showed that I was one of the few people that actually could play that game that well. And now it's like, oh, we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to go and like maybe have a handful of like shitty customization options. If you want anything cool, you have to go and spend real money. Like they did that in Halo 4 with the fucking unicorn armor. Yeah, like that was the only one that like looked like significantly different, but it was like either pre-ordered. It was a fucking pre-order bonus too, and that's a whole other shit that I hated. That I'm glad is gone. This fucking pre-order bonuses.
Yeah, I remember when that was a thing. Because like I remember like with I think it was Fallout 76, they had a big controversy with that because I don't think people were getting what they wanted or something.
That fucking game was a controversy. Like,
It's still broken, dude. It's still broken. That's the funniest thing. People give Cyberpunk shit, dude. That game is in such a way better state than some of the footage you see on the internet of Fallout 76. And in current state, that game is still broken.
Well, yeah, like I just beat fucking that fucking Cyberpunk game. Like, there's like if you have for the consoles, I understand like that's bullshit to release that. But if you have for the PC, like there are some annoying bits of glitches, and we've showcased a few of them. But it's not nearly as bad as like what a lot of people are saying, like where it's unplayable. Like no, you can beat it and you can have a fulfilling experience. But like people I think were overreacting to it because it wasn't this like thing that they thought out to be. Because sure, some of it was CD Project Red. They were saying it's going to be this like, oh, you can do this and that, and you can customize your dick size, which you can do in this game. But like they thought it was a lot bigger than it was supposed to be, and in some respects that's true. But like it was still a fine game for what it was.
Well, and I think too, like I think CG Project Red was like, they were talking about the game it was going to be, and that's just not the game we got. Like I think, like look, somebody on Reddit found a freaking railway system that's supposed to be there, but it got cut. I that's what I think ultimately happens. I think they were promising stuff that they actually planned to do. It's just they didn't have the time, and they shipped it anyway when they should have just waited a year. But
I think they want to get in 2020 because that was like Cyberpunk 2020, and they're dead set on that. And they already delayed it once, and
they delayed it twice. I think maybe even 3 times.
Yeah, and they honestly probably should have been delayed another year.
Yeah, they overshot that initial release date. Like, oh my god, you wouldn't believe, or undershot it, I guess you could say. But like, think of when it was supposed to be released.
Yeah, no, but like it was solid. Like, I enjoyed that game. Like, I seriously did enjoy that game. Like, it was fun.
Awesome.
The story was awesome. I enjoyed the story. Like, and the stuff you can do. You can get your fucking cyber implants. You can like do your hacking shit. Like it's I'm sure you can do some, like you can do a lot of the same things you can do in this game and other games, but you can't really do all of them in one game like this.
Yeah, which creates a whole new experience right there, having it all in one.
Yeah, and I think it's like they're doing pretty bad right now, but like it's not like compare it to a Bethesda ZeniMax game. You know, like people were like, "Oh, you know, this is so terrible," but like, look at fucking Oblivion. Look at Fallout. Like, not even 76. Like, yeah, definitely look at that one. Look at some of their successful ones, like New Vegas. Like, there's so many fucking glitches. I'd have 7 saves at any given time for pretty much any Bethesda game since Oblivion, because I know if I didn't have 7 saves, there's a chance there could be some sort of glitch that I would either not be able to complete quests or my entire save would be fucked. And I've had it happen multiple times, and like I'd lost hours of gameplay.
Yeah.
Like Oblivion, like there was one glitch with my one save where like I had I used like a summoned sword, and as soon as the summoned sword ended, my game would like the game would crash.
Well, apparently in 76 too, there was I don't know if you heard about this. There was a room players found that you couldn't go into, but through a glitch they got in there, and it was basically like a dev, throwaway like sandbox room of like what it was gonna be, and so they had like pieces laying around, like stuff that was fully rendered and stuff that wasn't, stuff that it was just like almost like a closet of like crap. I mean, the stuff in that game is unparalleled to what people are even the worst things people are saying about Cyberpunk. And I get these like clickbaity videos on YouTube every time. It's like, Cyberpunk is worse than you think. The bugs are only the start. There's more problems here than just the bugs. They can't fix this game. I'm like, what are you people talking about? I think there's some people that just want to hate it, and there are people that bank on the hate.
Well, and then I will admit, let's be honest, a big part of the marketing, well, let's be more honest. The entire marketing was centered around the fact that Keanu, praise be, was going to be in this game. So,
Well, he is.
Yeah,
yeah,
he
but,
was
but I
awesome.
mean, that was their entire marketing
I mean, he did
shtick
play
from
a
what.
very significant part in the game. Like, actually, like,
Oh yeah, I know, I know he does, and I haven't even played it. So
Well, that's what I liked from what I've seen is that, like some games like Call of Duty when they had Kevin Spacey in it, I remember. I hadn't seen that
Get off.
one, but um,
yeah,
what was that?
yeah, that's hindsight's 2020, but man, they fucked up with that.
Yeah, I know.
Get off.
But that with that one though, like from what I understand, I don't think Spacey had that big of a role in the game, but obviously not as big as Keanu, because Keanu sounds like and I don't want to spoil because I kind of know what goes on, but I kind of don't, so I don't want to spoil it anyway. But it sounds like he's kind of a part of you in the game at all times, most
yeah,
of the time,
It's a
and
central part of the game.
yeah, it's like it's not just a marketing
Get off the
tool.
phone.
It's actually like he's actually there. It's not just like a throw-in cameo that he only had to show up for once. Like one day of shooting.
Yeah, no, and like honest to God, like if heaven forbid I hope they fucking recover from this because I'd love to see another Cyberpunk game, like sequel, prequel, whatever the fuck, you know,
I don't
with,
know if
with
they'd make a sequel, honestly. Maybe
well,
in a long time, but
I like
like
a prequel featuring Keanu.
yes.
You know that kind
well,
of role.
this made me think of a game of like another game that had significant bugs when it came out initially, but do you guys remember way back in the day when Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic was a thing?
Yeah,
Yes, I remember seeing it on game shelves
Night, yeah,
or store
Knights
shelves.
of the Knights of the Old Republic 2, the Lords was a game that was basically released like unfinished. And we're talking like this was before DLC, even existed. Hell, this was before multiplayer even
Mm.
existed.
Well, what was wrong with it?
So, well, I mean, it was done, but they basically had to rush it out in time because LucasArts basically told, or no, Lucasfilm told LucasArts that they basically wanted the game done by the time of Revenge of the Sith,
Oh
even
yeah.
though, even though, the two like stories have nothing to do with each other. But, people thought, I guess they thought because of the marketing and all that stuff. So there was like a lot of stuff that they had to cut out. Um, there was like a lot of stuff that they had to cut out of KOTOR 2, for time purposes. But then, like, just 5 years ago, a group of mods decided to get together and like kind of reform like all the stuff that got scrapped. So there was something called the restored content mod that basically completes the game as it was intended.
That's awesome. I like when people do that. Like, I've been playing Battlefront 2 and the original, and there's a lot of mods for that thing. And even that game, like, I have the Steam version that's like version 1.1. Like, there's some, I don't even know what the point 1 has changed, but there's still the glitches that I remember from playing on the PS2. Like, when you were on Mustafar, and if you die and you fall to the lava, half of the time you would fall through the map. You go past the lava and keep going, and it wouldn't know what to do for a few seconds, and then it would say you died. I had that happen even on the version I played for the past, I think I played the game like 12, 15 hours so far, and you still get that. People forget that your favorite games were full of glitches and bugs. Maybe not as much, I get it, but
You want to talk about that shit too? Like, look at the games like made from like the Super Nintendo times. Like, I played that. I was playing some of that shit with my brother like probably like 6 months ago. Like, half the games that came out back then were like complete shit and unfinished.
people
Like, you'll
forget how bad some of these games were technically. Like that in that department.
like people don't realize like, oh, you have your good games like Super Mario Brothers or like Super Mario Adventure and like Link to the Past, but you had a lot of shit too. Like, thank God, there's emulators these days, so you don't have to go and spend money on it, unless you probably should be buying that shit. But like, they were unfinished. There was tons of glitches in the final games. Like, they had that one, like it was some like game show TV, like it was some, I think it was Smash TV or something, that game, and like you can't even beat the game because there's a fucking bug. Like, there was tons of games like that back then, and you would be spending like, when you account for inflation, probably like $80 for a game that doesn't even have save functionality, and it's so shit. And then today, like, the amount of stuff you're actually getting in these games and how beautiful they look, like it's really gone pretty far. Like, geez, people only like they have nostalgia and they have those nostalgia goggles. They forget how shitty games were back then.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing too. Was when I was, I saw people criticizing like the graphics of Halo Infinite, and I remember when I watched it with you, Alex, like literally a couple days ago. I was taken aback how it didn't look that great. At the same time, like, and I'm not giving them an excuse or anything, or I mean, just explaining how things have changed. But at the same time, that game has in that state alone, which is not complete, 1,000,000 times more than what you got, 7, 10 years ago, whatever. I mean, it's come a long, long way. And that just shows you how the standards have changed. I mean, obviously you want it to be super realistic and cool and all that shit, but the standards are just so much higher now.
Dude, I remember like playing Oblivion for the first time on the 360 on like my HD TV. Like, when I fucking first bought that, I was like, holy shit, this is super realistic. Like, how can you even tell? Like, looking back now, I'm like, all these motherfuckers look ugly as sin.
Yeah.
Like, back, that was fucking amazing. We have, and I mean, things have changed, but like, look just how things have evolved so much. Like, just with technology, like, fuck, like Oblivion. Like, I remember when that came out, like the whole thing was like, oh, people like NPCs have their own like lives outside of like when you're seeing them.
Yeah.
Have some levels of routines, and like that was just like mind-boggling. And now like people are like flipping out that like Cyberpunk, they don't have similar things, but that also created tons of bugs too. It's it's a fucking double.
Well, do you remember? Because it's so laughable. Because it brings up something you think it's kind of similar with NPCs. Do you remember when Call of Duty Ghosts had their presentation, their reveal presentation, and one of the things that they highlighted was like when you swim, fish move out of your way. Do you remember that?
Like that was a thing back like at
Well,
that
what the
time.
biggest joke with that too was there were games before it that would do that, and they acted like it was a big deal.
Well, it was like sort of that immersion thing, but yeah, like we've become so fucking
We don't know how.
how
I don't want to sound like a boomer, but like kids these days don't know how good they have it.
yeah, but that's the thing. Like people are spending so much resources on these like graphics and these like stupid shit like that they forget the actual point. Like
Yeah,
you're playing that one game, Deus Ex, and like they
awful graphics, awful graphics.
but for the time it was probably okay.
Yeah, but the gameplay is where it shines.
That's what people forget. Like, and that's one thing Nintendo has. Like, at least
Mm-hmm.
their games are fucking fun. Like, they're like it's like fun first. You can have all this other stupid shit later. But like, that's a good philosophy
Yeah, you
because
gotta give them credit. They stick to gameplay as the number one priority.
and to a certain extent, that's all that really matters in the end. Like, you can have a
Yeah.
beautiful game. Like, there's tons of beautiful games out there. Like there's a ton of them, but that's not the end all be all of fucking gaming.
To
You
me,
know.
it's just what it's like it's a little bit more than the icing on the cake. Like it's kind of what fully emerges you and like really gets you. But everything else is like the first level of immersion and of the fun and of the enjoyment. Like
Well, it depends on the game. Like some games, yeah, it's great to have immersion, but others like fucking destroy all humans.
yeah,
It's just
true.
it's fun to have a sandbox and just cause mayhem.
Or look at
As a fun,
Minecraft. Minecraft is the best example of it's all about gameplay is king. Graphics are not.
yeah, yeah, no, yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm not the biggest Minecraft fan. I never really cared for Legos growing up, but like I see the appeal. You can learn like immersion gameplay is awesome. Like you have to do something and do something well with any sort of
Mm-hmm.
that you're creating. Come up with something new, something unique. It's so hard to find these days. You have your like 27th Assassin's Creed game. Like the first Assassin's Creed, I love that shit. Second one, I didn't like it at first, but kind of back, it was like all right because at least they went more on the storyline. But the first one, man, I love that. Like you were an assassin and you weren't like a ninja. Because back before then, like the only real big assassin games, they're either like modern, like Solid Snake or or like Sphincter Cell,
Mm-hmm.
or you're playing as like a fucking ninja in like the Tenchu games, which I love, but like it was the first real like European assassin, and then they just became fucking boring because like
Yeah. I
I don't
mean,
know,
I
man.
still think. Well, I see that's an area where the graphics can really help it because what I've always liked about the series, even for the ones I haven't played, like I've played Assassin's Creed 3 and I think I started 4, but I need to really dive into that one. Like, what I really love is that it's like it is an assassin in these different historical settings, which is really cool because it's like you can immerse yourself in those places, but at the same time, I just have no need to buy any new Assassin's Creeds because it's like you said, it's like the same shit. It's like boring. It's beautiful, it's really cool, but it's like, yeah, I'll wait till it's free on Uplay and then get it.
Yeah, dude, fucking Assassin's Creed, like they just kept rehashing the same shit. It feels like, and it's like a different thing, like that Abstergo stuff. Like, okay, cool, you're making this extended universe of like Ubisoft. Yeah, and that's the other thing that's kind of pissed me off too. Is like everything needs an extended
Yeah.
universe now. Like fucking Ubisoft, you have the same shit like Watch Dogs. It's like okay, we don't need fucking Marvel with like assassins and like woolly mammoths and Far Cry shit. We don't need that. Why do we have that?
Yeah. I know.
But
It's
fuck. I mean,
everything's got to become a franchise or a series.
yeah, like I think it would have been fine. They had like Assassin's Creed 1, 2, and I think it was one of the older ones, and like they finished it up with like Desmond, like his storyline. For the most part, and now it's like they should just ended it there. I feel they should just ended his shit, and got on with something else. And then like I remember fucking playing Black Flag for a few minutes. And one thing I did like about that, and that was with like the PS4. I used to have a PS
The
Vita. And you
pirate
could like
ships now are fun.
you could share your screen with like the PS Vita and play it with the fucking Vita.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, but like they stopped that because no one in America bought the Vita, which I fucking loved. I loved that stuff, but they just didn't make any fucking games for it.
Yeah,
You know?
that died quickly. I don't
It
even know
was-
anybody has a DS anymore.
Well, it's like if you have the Switch, I see
That's
Sam
your
every
DS right there.
Yingling Sam.
Yes, I do have a Yingling.
Love Yingling. They're approach in Pennsylvania, but no, fucking those games, man. Like I love that Vita, but like the Switch, I think is the ultimate evolution of that because it is a full on game console, but
Yeah.
you can take it with you and you can play it like on the television as well. Like that is probably the best one I've seen so far.
Yeah. I do have to give Nintendo credit for that because it was kind of a surprise. Personally, I didn't expect them to have anything like I thought like okay they gotta do something good because the Wii U was pretty much a flop. So I was like, well they gotta do something good, but not expecting much. And then when I saw, I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Well, you think about it's really not that much different from the Wii.
It's
Like
not.
it is,
That's so surprised it sold so many.
but the thing is, you can take it with you. Like the Wii U, it had to be next to the fucking like you had to pay for those expensive ass controllers, but then you still couldn't like play it separately, to my knowledge. Like you had to have your iPad thing controller with you. But with the Switch, you bring the fucking Switch with you, and then it also like those little remotes not function like the Wiimotes.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fucking brilliant. And they're the only ones like Nintendo. They're the only ones like really innovating with like their design. Like Nintendo and Xbox, they're just doing the same sort of shit as each other. Sooner or later, one of them's going to beat out the other, or it's just going to go to PC. But the one thing that you can't really do on the PC is the shit that Nintendo's doing. Like they're the one thing
Yeah.
that's fucking doing something different, and I love that about them. Now their games are not the most brilliantly. They don't have the most brilliant graphics, but they do what they can with what they have. Like look at fucking Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
Not 4K, but like it looks okay either way because it has that cell shaded stuff. It looks good. It's fucking timeless, And they're the only ones that still really support like split screen and like party games.
Co-op.
Like, yeah, when was the last? Like, I think the last Halo game didn't even have split screen co-op.
Jesus Christ.
Like, what happened with that, man? I remember when that used to be the thing. Like, you played like Halo and shit together. You played like Call of Duty together. Before even like Xbox Live was a thing. You used to play that shit. You had like LAN parties or just like split screen system link. And now it's all fucking because they want you to go buy multiple copies of the game. That's why they're fucking greedy.
Yep. Greed ruins everything.
Yeah, it fucking does, man.
That's the one thing I have been surprised. It was like, and I understand that.
Are you guys still live by chance?
Yep. We'll be wrapping it up soon, actually, because it's getting late, and I'm actually gonna do some Battlefront, but I'll still be on voice chat. But last thing I'll say is, what was that?
Yeah, same here. I'm not going anywhere, but
I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here, holding my ground. As they say in the movies. But what was I thinking of? Oh yeah, that's the one thing I'm surprised has never happened is Sony or Xbox taking one of each other out. Cause like now the differences are small, and I feel like it's gonna come to a point where there's gonna be a clear winner, and the other one is just gonna call it quits eventually. But maybe not. I don't know.
Well, what Xbox could do is, they have basically the PC market cornered, if you think about it. Because what operating system is 99% of gaming done on?
It's Windows.
Yeah. And you can already play like a lot of their exclusives like Forza and Halo on fucking Windows. So like,
and the new Halo's gonna be on Windows too. Like on launch, I think on launch day. It's not like it's gonna come like the Master Chief Collection like 20 years later. So they are fully focused. They know the PC market is their market.
Oh yeah, like they could dip out, but I don't know if they will. Like Sony, like there's just not as many like really compelling exclusives. Like there's a few like, oh, you can get the fucking Super Spider-Man game Miles Morales on. I think it was it PlayStation.
Yeah, that's their one exclusive. And frankly, it looks like it's a good game, but I don't care. I
Well,
feel
they
like
had
a waste of time.
a Demon Souls remake, but like that game originally came out for the PS3 and it's just a fucking remake.
Yeah.
You know, in the Xbox, it's not really exclusive. You can just play it all on the fucking computer, anyways. Like, I think in the next generation or two, you're gonna see, them start to. There's gonna be one winner within, I think, 2 generations at most, and then you're just gonna have them and Nintendo. And I think that Nintendo is different enough.
Yeah.
to
Oh,
where-
they'll stay competitive. Absolutely.
because
They
they're
have
doing-
a unique feature. That's always what drives, your competition.
Yeah, like I think Xbox and PlayStation try to compete with them once with the fucking not like what was that?
Yeah, with when they were trying to do the Wii thing, like Xbox had the freaking thing that would spy on you all the time, and Sony had those colored
That was-
balls. I don't even remember what they're called. That's how they failed.
the dildo thing with the PlayStation 9.
That's what it looked like.
PlayStation Move. I had one of those things.
Yeah, that's what it was. The Move.
Yeah, like the Connect and the Move, that's what it was.
Connect, yeah. I remember Xbox got just slaughtered because of the always-on internet and the fact that Xbox Connect was always watching you. Just
Well, that
was
was
so
the new one,
bad.
that's what they were saying. I don't think the old one did that, but the new one they were originally going to require that.
Yeah, they were going to, and I don't even remember if they said it. They're like unveiled, but like, yeah, I remember that got so much shit.
Yeah, but the fucking Wii, they still did their thing, and they had the most stupidest fucking name for it. Like it sounds like a cock. It looks like a fucking dildo and a butt plug. Fucking controllers. Like it's the most like nerdy gay shit, but they still were like the best selling console.
No, they went up there with something stupider. Wii U.
I
Like,
remember that. I remember that people like kept cracking their TV screens.
Well, they put a
From-
yeah, I remember that too, because then they put a wrist thing on when I got mine.
Yeah, but even so, people kept like accidentally throwing the Wii U controllers, which I predicted that was going to happen.
the Wii, not the Wii U. The Wii U was the one with the fucking tablet that sucked
Pseudo
ass.
tablet.
Yeah.
I
But,
remember
like,
when that was announced, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. It totally failed.
I actually kind of liked it more than the actual Wii. 'Cause I hated the Wii outside of like Wii Sports because like they kept forcing like the greatest game was the fucking Wii Sports.
Oh,
and, like
so Wii Sports Resorts. Oh my god, that was the shit. I played so much of that. It never got old.
but every other game I didn't fucking like for it. Like I regret like one of the biggest regrets of my life was like not because I had Twilight Princess pre-ordered for the GameCube. I switched it over to the fucking Wii version. That was because I
Well,
was
you
like,
could
oh,
use a GameCube controller on the Wii.
well, yeah, but not for that game.
Really?
Yeah, they want at least not to my knowledge. They want you to go and play it with the fucking Wiimote, and it was fucking stupid.
That's some bullshit. I mean, the Wii also had like you could buy that like pseudo controller thing that was like a traditional controller but a little wonkier looking,
was like
specifically for the Wii.
Nintendo fucking control, and it was good if you had the like, and it only really let you do that with like a handful of games. Most of them were like like the old Nintendo games you could emulate on there, but like, the only real game I liked on there was like Brawl, which is the worst Super Smash Brothers game ever released, but it was still kind of cool because you got a lot more characters. But it just kind of sucked.
Well, I think
Like for-
Nintendo thought that the motion controls was the future, but kind of it's like it's like yeah, but not for everything, because I remember I had GoldenEye, the remake of GoldenEye on the Wii, and playing that with just the controllers as is was like freaking just I don't know how you could play that game because like to aim, you'd point at the screen. But what I got was what they called the Wii Zapper. They
Oh yeah,
always they always cuck the name. It's not the Wii Gun, it's the Wii Zapper. But
play
it's
the crossbow game with Legend of Zelda in there.
yep, I played that. Yep. Which was pretty cool because I had like the Twilight Princess graphics, but like with like a crossbow thing, which it was fun for what it was. But you put in that, and then it felt like, okay, this is like laser tag, kind of like, but more accurate, of course. And it was really cool. I actually liked it because it kind of gave you the precision of like a mouse for a console. But you had to have that, or else I don't know how you'd play that game and not feel weird, and it would just not work. I think you could use a regular controller on that, but I'm not sure. But that was how I played that, and I love that game. I played a lot of that. It was awesome.
Yeah, that's the thing with that console though. Is like they forced you to use the motion controls with so many games, and
That was the
that
problem. Yep.
like if they would have just let developers do what the fuck they wanted, I think it would have like because they did have some good games, like games that were meant to have it, like Wii Sports. They were great,
Yeah,
you know,
they're awesome. Like all-time classics.
but they weren't like hardcore games. It was like for the
Yep.
casual audience, which they did very well. But then, for everything else, it fucking sucked. And if you had the option to buy it on another console for a regular game, you better fucking do that, or else you're gonna have a hard time because most games did not do that. But what they should have done is made like a fucking Star Wars game for that, like where you
Yes.
as a fucking Jedi with a lightsaber. Like that would have been so fucking amazing, especially with the advanced, like the Wii Motion Plus or whatever.
I
That would have
think
been
they did eventually. Yeah, I remember the Motion Plus too. That was the one thing too that was kind of like, I don't know why that I would think with Nintendo they wouldn't let Greed get the best of them, but like I don't know why the Motion Plus shit wasn't a thing on launch. I don't know if the technology wasn't there or what.
back then to do that.
What was that?
I don't think they had the tech to do that back then, like when they first launched. Like
Yeah.
that cutting edge.
Yeah, I think so. And what was nice though is like it was just like a clip on, to your remote, which made it longer. But I think I do have one that had it built in. But I mean because I remember the sword play in the Wii Sports Resort. I forget which one that was called, where you would knock the guy off the platform. It was like the coolest thing ever. Like it was the closest thing to like VR what we have now, and it was really cool. But I think Nintendo thinks that they're a company that's only for the casual people, and I don't think. It'd be interesting to see how it would work out because I know the GameCube kind of was closer to it, but how they would work out if they have their casual stuff that people love, but it's like the Switch where you have your motion controls, but you can make it a regular controller and play your hardcore games and your Call of Duty. I feel like they're still scared to like bridge that gap and have both those audience. I don't know if it's a marketing thing, if they think they should only tailor to one market, or if they think if they tailor the two, they're gonna piss off both audiences. I don't know.
In the field, like they're not gonna be able to compete with the Xbox. They're not gonna be able to compete with the PlayStation, but they can compete for more. But even then, like fucking Super Smash Brothers, like Ultimate's not casual. Like there's so much shit with that, and that's why I think they went back to their roots. Like they do have a little bit of that now. Like you can play.
You can play that on GameCube controller, right?
Yeah, you can use the GameCube controller. You can use they have these new ones, and it's like custom. If you want to go and buy like a custom fucking brawl, like your Super Smash Brothers like Ultimate controller, you can spend hundreds of dollars on this shit if you want like an MLG fucking Ultimate controller.
Yeah.
Like, but they allow that now, which I think is great.
I think the Switch was like, because like I that I can do on the Switch, right?
Yeah, that's Ultimate. That's the best one. You can play every single character from every other Super Smash Bros. Game, plus a shit ton more.
See,
Plus,
the Switch seems like what the Wii U should have been,
Yeah, but they fucked. Yeah, I think they learned their lesson from that, Because like the Switch or the Wii U, it's like because I think you could also hook up the Wii controllers to it. Like it was backwards compatible, I think, all the way up, maybe even back to the GameCube. I don't know, but at least with the Wii, I think. And their Super Smash Bros. Game is pretty decent too. Like that was the whole reason I bought the fucking Switch, was for that Super Smash Bros. Game. I love that series.
It's amazing too that, I'm trying to think, and do you know anyone that had the Wii U? I don't know a single person that did.
And I beat the Wind, like I actually I beat the Wind Waker re-release. I actually enjoyed that.
Did they release on Switch?
Don't know about the Switch, but they had for the Wii U, like the
Oh.
Wind Waker, whatever, the HD remake, which was actually, they fixed a lot of the issues with Wind Waker. Like I did beat the Wind Waker beforehand, but it was like they had Master Quest version, which was like you couldn't find your heart containers outside of like, I don't think you could find them at all, like unless you bought it from a store. So it made it like actually difficult, because that was probably one of the most easiest like Zelda games out there. For like the most casual Legend of Zelda game, they made it like actually tough.
Yeah. Well, here's the last thing I'll ask before we close the stream here and then go shoot the shit in Star Wars. What's next for Nintendo? Like, what do they do next after the Switch, or do they just keep the Switch for a long ass time?
Probably make like a Switch. I think they're already making a Switch Pro. Like the Switch did fucking amazing, especially now. Like people love that. Kids love the Switch. Like my fucking girlfriend, she put like thousands of hours on that fucking one game, that Animal Crossing. Like that became a phenomenon during the pandemic that we're currently in.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm googling Switch Pro, and yeah, it sounds like it's something that's like being rumored that's in the works, but it looks like it. See, I don't know if I like this, because what I like about that Switch is like you can have the motion controls. It looks like it looks like the regular Switch with the screen, but like all the controls are stuck on it. You can't remove them.
They have the one that they have like the cheapo Switch that has it with the controls stuck on it.
Right. Yep. I remember that.
My girlfriend was one of those, and like I have my regular one, which has they
You
might
have
have
two.
like yeah, they're two different ones. Yeah, she has one. She made money off that fucking game, that Animal Crossing.
Wait, she made money on Animal Cross?
Oh yeah, she made like $800. Like she paid for it.
Wait, she made $800 from playing Animal Cross?
Oh yeah, people spend money on like treasure hunts, and like you give them like there's a whole fucking account. Like you can buy services in that game, like player to player.
That's interesting.
I think Nintendo started cracking down on it, so not as much recently. But back when it came out, she made some money off of it. She paid off her Switch with fucking the Animal Crossing.
Yeah. Rumors are saying that the new Switch, the Switch Pro, will be 4K compatible, and a bunch of other things, I guess. Oh, it could be packed with a mini LED display. That's interesting. That's like the next best, TV or picture or screen. It's gonna replace LEDs and maybe OLEDs. That's the one thing I wish Nintendo wasn't so behind on, is their fucking like graphics compatibility. Like, yeah, I get it. They don't want to make them like super realistic looking games. That's cool because it looks different than the other stuff, but just make it 4K, make it 120 FPS or whatever the standard is on the PlayStation, the Xbox. Like that sort of stuff to me is so basic. I don't get that
for their games. Like shit, that's the thing. You don't really fucking need it to be super.
Yeah, but if you have a 4K TV, man, it will look unbelievable. It will be gorgeous.
But they're mostly cartoon games anyways. Like, like look at Breath of the Wild. Like that, I don't know what the fuck it's in. Maybe it's like 720p, but it still looks fucking
No,
beautiful.
it's gotta be 1080. There's no way it's 720. That's gotta be 1080.
What is the current setting for the Switch?
It's gotta be 1080. I don't see how you'd release a console at 1080. That'd be fucking insane. It is 1080. Yep, 1080. That's what I thought. When it's docked. Is that like
when it's not plugged in?
When it's docked, it's 1080, but the screen on the actual thing is 720. But that's a small screen. Even then, a 6.2-inch display should be 1080. Like my phone is
Yeah.
1080, but doesn't make that much of a difference on this small screen. But you know,
Yeah, my phone is 1080. Well, you and I have the
we have the
same.
12. Yeah.
Well, I have the 12 Pro.
Yeah, yeah. I think the screen resolution's the same on the 12 and 12 Pro because I just have the 12.
Yeah,
But if you're playing it outside of the television, like it's still like people like you can play it in your handheld version. Like a lot of
Oh
times,
yeah.
like
Well, that's the whole point of the Switch.
yeah, so you can be watching it 720 for the most part, unless you're like having it plugged in the TV.
Dude, I'd have that shit plugged into the TV. That game, because that game does look beautiful.
So-
It does. You really need it though. Like it's beautiful the way it is, man.
Could be more beautiful.
Cell shaded.
Because like we were just last night, I did something I've never done before. I know I'm sound like a boomer, but my dad was catching up on the Mandalorian, so he was watching the first season. I sat there and watched the entire first season without any breaks, just right through it. I've never binge watched an entire season of a show before. I just don't like watching things that way. I like spacing it out and enjoying it piece by piece. But that's just me. I know it's not how most people are, but wanted that show feel really interesting seeing it a second time, all all of season one just kind of in one shot. It's a very interesting experience, but because it feels very cohesive and you can see the cohesiveness throughout. But it was in 4K, and let me tell you, because it automatically picks the resolution, which I hate how you can't like manually pick the resolution, but you could tell when it was down in 1080 and when it went to 4K. It is like I cannot unsee 4K versus 1080. I know when it's 4K and I know when it's 1080. And I'm not standing like really close and I'm not super far away. I'm like about 12 feet, I'd say, away from it, maybe 10 feet. You can tell a fucking difference. And like when I've seen animated stuff, you can tell the difference. There's like an extra level of detail that you didn't even know was there. That's the best way I can describe the difference. Like if you see Tom Cruise like crawling on a on like a rock face, normally like yeah, you'd see the rock has some texture, but you'd see way more texture. And I noticed in the skin, you see a lot more of like the details in somebody's skin. So that's my 4K explanation. But anything else you guys want to shoot shit about before we close the stream and bullshit offline?
Not really.
I think I'm good.
Happy New Year, everyone. So,
Happy New Year.
well, hopefully.
Yeah, hope everybody has a happy new year because we all know how 2020 was.
And thank you to everyone who donated to my stream in the first half of the show. Fat Cake Boy, Saucin, Kevin dropping the big bucks. Kevin, really appreciate that. And your ammo fund will go to great use.
Nice.
So,
yeah, that's good of
anyway,
people to do that because that's how you really support people now, is giving them money.
Mm-hmm.
Likes and retweets and all that's great, but nothing keeps the lights on but monies.
Well, and please subscribe to Versa News Media as well. In fact, let me link to their stuff in the chat.
Oh, thanks, man. And everybody should subscribe to Sam too, and subscribe to Jeff on Twitch so you can catch us doing another discussion there.
Who likes Jeff? He's kind of a nerd.
Hey, nerds rule the world, other than the elites and the globalists.
Just kidding. I love Jeff. So
Yeah, he seems cool. So we'll have a
not
fun couple, though.
not in the way he thinks I love him. But that's all another story.
Yeah, oh, more story time for next time then. We'll see you guys later. Bye. Oh, and thank you, Sam, for being on with us through another year. I remember you were on a lot of our pivot streams.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Happy to have you guys as, I wouldn't really say co-host, but co-streamers,
Collaborators,
Yeah,
co-collaborators, co-conspirators.
Yes.
We'll see you guys later. Wash your hands. Fuck
All right,
wash.
folks. God bless and God bless. Good night. God save this great nation. God, freedom, democracy in that order, and I'll see you on the next episode of the Whitfield